Tuombe tafadhali. Ewe Mola wa mbinguni na wa ardhi, leo hii tumekutana hapa siku yetu ya tatu katika muungano hii. Umetubariki na uendelee kutubariki kwa neema zako. Tunaombea nchi wote, walimu wetu ambao wametufunza siku tatu zote zimepita, walioandaa mkutano huu na kongamano huu. Wewe ndio unaweza kutubariki neema zako. Leo hii tukimalizia na kuelekea nyumbani na kazini, ewe Mungu tupeleke kwa salama na turudi kwa salama. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, amen.
Dr. Edward Kobu, the Presentation Commission, shall we continue praying? Heavenly Father, we want to thank you. This is the third day since we came here. Grant us permissions with some courage. Even as we go through this last session, normally we feel tired. Give us courage to go through it. Bless the facilitators who have the most manner walked us through. Simply difficult subject, but with a lot of humor. Thank you for the chair of the session that have really guided sessions, giving instruction on track, that everything is focused. Thank you all the participants of what's endured these last 3 days, participating the best with the know-how. And as we go through the last session today, just for your presence again. I want to pray for the government, that is what they do best. In difficult times, I'm sure soon we'll be out of the woods. Because every facet of this country, all the people around this country, and to pray this, trusting and believing. Amen.
To start us off, our main topic today is an overview of the governance of the framework. And I'm sure many state operations have not been able to carry out this, although this is contained in Mongoso. You've been asking questions how do we go around, carrying out the governance of it. We are already now our presenters who are going to take us through this session. They'll be able to explain. Please listen carefully as they take us through. I have the privilege and honor to introduce two presenters, Madam Jane FCS Jane Uliza and FCS Jackson Mike. Now I'd like to read the profile for Jane Uliza. She's the founding director of Task House Consultants Limited and lead consultant with Uliza and Associates of Leadership, Governance, Public Finance Management, Budgeting, Risk Management, and System Audits, and Company Secretary Practices. She has over 36 years of experience in public and private sector institutions, having worked as a Secretary and CEO of EACC and Head of Finance and Administration Manager at the Mater Hospital, Finance Manager at KLB and KWL, known as World Warehouse Manager, and Chief Accountant and Company Secretary at Coca-Cola, bottling companies and external auditor in professional firms. Madam Jane is currently a director at Public Procurement Regulatory Authority and Governance and Audit Peer Review Mechanism Board, Chairperson, SRC Audit Risk and Compliance Committee, Committee Member, Audit Risk and Compliance at the Office of the Auditor General, Committee Member, Audit Risk and Compliance, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Member of ICIFA Disciplinary Committee. Madam Jane is a fellow of ICS and FCPA, an accredited governance auditor, an approved champion of governance, awards assessor, and an NITA facilitator. She's a certified investment and financial analyst and a certified professional mediator and an arbitrator. Jane is a member in good standing of ICS ISPAC, ICIVFA, KIM, and Institute of Directors. Jane is a renowned facilitator of the Institute of Certified Secretaries, Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, Kenya School of Law, Council of Governors, and Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training. She is also in Women's Institute and Association of Women Accountants of Kenya. She has served as a council member of Institute of Certified Secretaries, directorships in Mahasib, Circle Society, Association of Women Accountants of Kenya, and other institutions, which I will not mention because there are quite many. She was part of the team piloting the African Professionalism Initiative under PAFA and API on behalf of ISPAC and the nation at large. She has traveled widely leading country delegations and making presentations to international conferences, regional general assemblies, and professional seminars and workshops. That is the profile of Jane, and quite rich. I move to Jackson Mangi, that has been awarded the Head of State Commendation, HSC, because of immense contribution in the field of corporate governance. He is a former chairman of the Institute of Certified Secretaries, as well as a former chairman of the Registration of Certified Public Secretaries Board. He is the current chairman of Sanlam General Insurance Company, as well as being the chair of his Global Church Elder Sports. Dr. Jackson Mangi is the holder of PhD in Business Administration with a major in Strategic Management and a fellow of the Institute of Certified Secretaries, a fellow of the Institute of Certified Accountants of Kenya, an associate of the Chartered Insurance Institute of London, a member of the Institute of Internal Auditors, a member of the Institute of Directors in accredited and practicing governance auditor, practicing accountant, auditor, and a practicing corporate secretary. Dr. Mangi is a management consultant with extensive experience in the fields of corporate governance, strategy, risk management, finance, and accounting. He trains extensively in the areas of corporate governance, strategy, and general management. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome the two presenters.
Distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We have introduced my name is FCS Dr. Jackson Mangi. I start the session and I'll facilitate the session together with my colleague, FCS Jane Power. We are talking about an overview of governance audit framework, and as has been indicated, most state corporations have not embraced this as yet, but we hope after this you will go back and do something about it. This is the outline of what we are going to go through this morning. We will look at the legal and regulatory framework, and we will talk briefly about what governance audit is all about. Then we will move on to the importance of governance audit. Then we will talk about who the users of governance audit are. We will talk about the architecture of governance audit, roles of different parties in the governance audit framework, and then any challenges in governance audit. Perhaps by way of introduction, this is an audit. We have financial audits for dealing with the audits of financial statements of organizations. We have legal and compliance audits. We have HR audits, and so on and so forth. So this is yet another of the audits. So then, what is the legal and regulatory framework? We go back to the Companies Act 2015 and Section 770, which indicates that an audit committee or a quoted company shall set out the corporate governance principles that are appropriate for the nature and scope of the company's business, as well as establishing policies and strategies for achieving those principles, and then annually assess the extent to which the company has observed those policies and strategies. So I will assess the extent to which the company has observed those policies and strategies. Now, you indicate that as perhaps a state corporation, you are not entirely governed by the Companies Act, but this can be a good foundation for you as an organization, even in state setting. Now, moving on with the legal and regulatory framework, various codes of governance require that boards should subject their companies to annual governance audits to be carried out by an accredited governance auditor. And we'll be talking about who an accredited governance auditor is. Some of the codes of governance that you may recall include the Code of Governance for Issuers of Securities to the public, that is issued by the Capital Markets Authority. That actually was like the first codified code of governance, but it wasn't issued before Uliza. Uliza came a little bit earlier. But in terms of those who are drafting, and I was one of them, we further were drafted the Code of Governance for Issuers of Securities to the public. But it took a long time, the Treasury and the AG's office before it was published. Then there is a Code of Governance for private organizations again. That's a document that has been written or issued by the Institute of Certified Secretaries. But our concern today is the Mwongozo Code of Governance for state-owned entities, which is a document that is co-owned by the PSC and SCAC. But I must indicate that we have been told before, we at the Institute of Secretaries assisted SCAC to write this Mwongozo Code. So in this Mwongozo Code, therefore, is indicated in clause 1.13 that the board, in consultation with the Oversight Office, should ensure that it subjects the organization to an annual governance audit by a member regulated by the Institute of Certified Public Secretary of Kenya and accredited for that purpose. That will be very, very clear. That the board, in consultation with the Oversight Office. Now, the Oversight Office referred to here is SCAC, just in case you're wondering what it is, should ensure that it subjects the organization to an annual governance audit by a member regulated by the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya and accredited for that purpose. That is quite fundamental. So what is a governance audit? This one is an audit like all audits. Therefore, it is an independent assessment of an organization with a view to expressing an opinion on the adequacy and effectiveness of the organization's policies, systems, practices, and processes. In other words, this independent auditor who is accredited by the Institute of Secretaries will come and look at your governance principles and how they apply throughout the organization and give an independent opinion, just the same way a financial auditor will give an opinion once they have audited the financial statements of your organization. Now, what is the importance of governance audit? There are a number of items that make it stand out as important. It is an effective mechanism to check compliance with legislation, regulations, and codes of best practice. It also helps to detect cases of non-compliance and facilitates taking corrective measures. And that item, to me, becomes fundamental. Sometimes when we hear about audits, we start struggling. Is the auditor going to come here, find that I've done a few things wrong, and start writing things about me which will make me either start struggling with my employer or something like that? No. One of the main issues of audit is to ensure that you take corrective measures if there are any items that have been found not to have been complied with. Governance audit also enhances recognition of the organization as a good corporate citizen. And where you sit in state corporation, you should be in the forefront of being a good corporate citizen. Indeed, one who doesn't always have to go to treasury to seek for support, but one who can be self-sustaining. But maybe that is not my subject for today. But it enhances the condition of an organization as a good corporate citizen. Over and about that, governance audit enhances employee and customer loyalty and respect for your brand. Whatever brand you are trying to build in your state corporation is a brand that, if you build it well through good governance practices, will ensure that your customers feel happy about it, but also your employees will be happy working for you. They will not be feeling like, oh, am I still again working out to go to the same organization? So good governance practices will enhance employee and customer loyalty and respect for your brand. Good governance practices also impact on the bottom line through improved visibility and endorsements. And if you are a company that was trading, for example, this would mean more businesses coming to you. But you see, as a state corporation, you should look at yourself as trading on behalf of government in whatever business that you are taking. So you should be aware of the fact that you need to create a bottom line that will be impactful. That is not always negative. It should be a surplus, if you want to ask me. Another importance of governance audit is to promote the organization's image and its competitiveness. It's not quite unlike the one before it. Because again, if you practice good practices and you are good in all aspects, you will find that people will know about it and they will be happy with the organization you are trying to build. And your competitiveness is going to be enhanced. Governance audit also increases, good governance audit increases transparency and accountability. And this is important. Anyway, if you are not transparent and accountable, however hard you struggle to do your things, you will still find you are not getting anywhere. People might start complaining about you. When people come to see you for one thing or another in the organization, you might not be able to explain all the things as well as they should be explained, and so on and so forth. So, good governance audit will increase transparency and accountability. Also, good governance audit increases investor confidence and credit rating. This is most of the companies that are quoted on the stock market. You find that when you are trying to investigate to find out whether you need to put your money in a share, say like the share of Safaricom, you like to obtain some bit of confidence about the way governance practices are applied in that particular organization. And you will not actually put your money in unless you are sure that everything is going on as it should, or going on well. So it increases investor confidence and credit rating. Countries, of course, are rated. I don't know, we are struggling a bit. It's not being as well as we used to do. A little bit like taking ourselves. Good governance also improves working relationship between management and the board. And you have time to talk about the relationships that should exist between the board and management. Now, where there is good governance, there is respect by both sides to the other side. The board would respect what management is doing, and management would respect what the board is trying to do. Good governance also enhances communication with stakeholders. You need to be very transparent with your stakeholders, and therefore, if you have good governance practices, you are not going to have difficulties communicating with your stakeholders. Good governance also helps in identifying operational and functional gaps. That is not unlike what we said when we started. We said that if you audit from a governance point of view, and if there are gaps, these gaps can be sealed through good working relations. Now, who are the users of governance audit? Clients and suppliers. Your suppliers will be happy to keep supplying you with their goods and services if you are able to pay them on time, for example. Owners of farms will be happy pleased to be told that the organization is doing well. Treasury, in this particular case, is going to be very happy. We are doing well, and the government is going to them lamenting that this or the other has not taken place as they should. Financial investors will be happy to deal with you in terms of either lending you because they know you can pay back. Government and regulators will be very happy to know that you are there, you are stable, you are sustaining yourself, and that you are giving all the feedback back to them, the feedback that you should give. Management and employees will be happy that their jobs are secured and they can be happy to work in this organization. All the other stakeholders will basically be happy with the organization, but board members will also be happy being board members in this particular organization. So are you happy with the organization you are a board member in? Then it may be because of good governance practices. I request Jane to continue. Thank you.
We will just go ahead a bit from where Dr. and Asha, so that we see when we come on board as governance auditors what we do. As a board, we are all aware that we are the owners of governance in the institutions that we are serving. And so when the governance auditors come on board, these are the areas they will concentrate on and which you need to be prepared for. We'll be looking at ethical leadership and strategic management. Ethical leadership. Your strategic plan is very clear about your vision, mission, and core values. How do we practice core values? How do we deliver the mandate of the organization? So, ethics come in there, and then strategic management of resources, because we have both financial and non-financial resources which we are supposed to be accounting for. Then transparency and disclosure in terms of the reports that go out from the organization. Every year we do the annual reports, and we also have the audited financial statement. But more importantly is because all state corporations are supposed to publicize and publish whatever work that is going on there. And it's in that we check the quantum or the quality of the information that we are disseminating out there. Then compliance with rules and regulations. Of course, there are penalties in every act of parliament. There are also the other penalties in the criminal code. And so it is important that the organization is complying. And so when we come, we want to firm up the level of compliance. And then communication with stakeholders. Why? Because they are supposed to be making informed decisions from the information that we share with them. And so we will be looking at relevance of that information, quality in terms of accuracy and completeness, but more so because we are supposed to also communicate with them and engage with the stakeholders. We are in the area of public participation, and so how effective is our communication systems when it comes to dealing with stakeholder engagement and involvement? Board independence and governance, because we're supposed to exercise sound judgment. For every activity we do, for every decision, best interest of the organization, and also the need to ensure that there is value preposition in it. Then board policies, systems, practices, and procedures, that is what guides the organization. We are the strategy formulators, policy designers, and we ensure that the processes are working. And so when the auditor comes on board, we want to look at the quality of the policies, the quality of the practices. What is the culture of the organization as led by the board? And then consistent shareholder and stakeholder value enhancement. We must have value for money. I think we all are familiar with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Is their own now checking on value for money, and also the Office of the Auditor General checks on that. Corporate social responsibility, we are responsible for not only the state corporation, but for the environment around which the corporation is operating. Need to conserve, protect, and preserve the environment. When it comes to resource and the usage of resources, we know we look at the effectiveness, efficiency, economy, then we have ethics and the environment. So when it comes to corporate social responsibility, it's not just for branding and visibility. It's for the need to conserve. Then sustainability, core value, it's a national value at 10, sustainable development of the nation. What is the process through which governance audit goes through? It's just very close to the financial audit process. We start with the engagement where the auditors are onboarded by the institution. And so there is any expression of interest or request for quotation or whichever mode they use to procure you. Then when we get on board, we ask the institution to first start by doing their own self-assessment of their governance systems. And from the self-assessment, they do a report from that which they share with the auditors. And meanwhile, the auditors do desk reviews. They prepare for site visits where they want to confirm the information or even inspect documents, and they also do face-to-face interviews. Then we prepare management letter. The content of the management letter is findings, risks inherent in the findings or in the area that could be having gaps, and then recommendations. But we also give a report on the areas that are doing well in terms of governance. And then we expect the management to own up on their role. That's why we request them to do a management presentation to us, so that they also articulate what their part was in the governance audit, and the auditor now then issues a governance audit report. So what is the role of in-house corporation secretaries? They provide governance and compliance information, particularly for audit purposes, and they are also the governance professionals where they are guiding the board. They help the board understand what can be looked for by a governance auditor. They facilitate effective communication between the different stakeholders, organization, management, and other stakeholders, and also even the government itself. They facilitate governance auditors when they come to do the audit, and they are also part of the team that organizes and makes sure the self-assessment is done and a report generated from that. So who are the accredited governance auditors? One, they must be members of ICS, Institute of Certified Secretaries. They must undergo a rigorous 40-hour training with an examination, and then they are accredited as governance auditors. All accredited governance auditors, they have a unique number. We have an identification accreditation number, and without that number, we are not even allowed to sign any report that we do as governance auditors. So we have members on the side who have done the course, but they only have a participation certificate. They do not have accreditation, one reason or another. Those ones cannot act as governance auditors. They can only come to support or assist the governance auditors. Please note that it is important. They can only do work as assistants or as guided and supervised by governance auditors. Otherwise, they are not supposed to be engaged as governance auditors. So only members who are accredited, who can act or be used to do governance audit, the rest can only support the process. And for governance audit reports, they have to be signed by an accredited governance auditor who must append their number on that report. That is for tracing and helping the institute to follow up, and particularly to follow up on the code of professional ethics. The list of all accredited governance auditors, you can find it with CAC. You can also find it in the institute website, www.ics.ke, or you can email them at info@ics.ke. What are some of the challenges? I think yes, Mike has already referred to one of them. One is that whereas the recent companies have gone far ahead in terms of governance audit, they have been very consistent for the last almost 5 years. The state corporations, we are still lagging behind. One reason is there has not been any clear legal and regulatory framework to guide governance audits. Number three, most of the state corporations, we don't have governance champions, governance audit champions. We still have problem with that. Then the general misconception about audit, whether it is internal audit, financial audit, legal audit, anytime because of the connotation that auditors are watchdogs, so they come to check areas of non-compliance. Sometimes it takes a very long time for a buying to have a governance auditor on audit. But the future is that I think it's a good thing that should be embraced by all state corporations. It is very good. You can start small by enjoining or enlisting for Champions of Governance Award that is done by the Institute of Certified Secretaries. In that, you start getting a rating or you start profiling your governance systems as best practice. And so we are expecting that you will onboard many more other people. Another time that may not be on this script is that we have a lot of workload there, and so we have auditees that are very busy. And so to balance out their time and the workload, sometimes it can be a bit tricky, and then the work that is done by government auditors is rigorous. They can be there on site for like 2-3 weeks, trying to going through the minutes, the policies, checking the quality of the policies, and so it is not as easy. Otherwise, Uliza Ujibiwe.
Thank you so much. Can we give them a clap? Now we know that most of the corporations have been lagging behind in this area, and we've been told that we need to act champions. It's an opportunity for you to go back to the state corporations, identify officers who can be trained and become champions and are accredited so that they can be able to carry out. As SAC, we realize that we don't have a legal and a regulatory framework. What we did first was to get all those people accredited, and we were able to put them in our websites. We were also able to take them to the PCS, that is the Private Company Secretary, so that they are gazetted and publicly they are known who they are, so that you can be able to, when you tender, you are able to identify the right people to come to your state corporation so that they can be able to carry the governance audits. This is done annually. Please now, embrace these audits, the governance institute, that you can know that you are either compliant and where there are non-conformities, you are able to rectify so that you can be able to sustain and be able to institutionalize our state corporations in this area. I'll give you about, I'll allow only about 2 people. Please, the other questions or clarifications or recommendations, you can be able to. The platform is there, Uliza Ujibiwe, which will be at 11 o'clock. We shall be available to answer the queries. Please, I only need one side, this side, and this side, so that we can continue and move very fast. We want to be out of this place at least before 1, so that we can go to our biggest destination. Thank you. Any queries from this side? Looks like there is none. This side. There is one hand up there. Is there any other person so that all the queries are taken at once and answered? Looks like there is none. Then that's the only question, and the presenters will be able to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Doris Mota from Kenya Forest Service. I'd like first of all to thank the presenters for the very informative presentation on governance audit framework. And yesterday we also had a presentation on the policies and law that institutions need to comply with. And I have first of all a question and then a request. The first question with regard to today's presentation, that is this the same as a system audit sometimes we hear system audit, governance audit. I'd like to know if it's the same thing or if there is a difference. The second is a request, given the many policies and laws and regulations that actually we all have to be aware of. Some of us are happy to have corporate secretaries who can, put those together. For those institutions that do not have a corporate secretary, it may be quite a big task to be aware of what laws and policies that you need to comply with so that you can be able to ensure that your governance framework is sound. So if possible, is it possible to have like a handbook of policies and laws that institutions need to be aware of, that this is what you need to do with regard to finance, you need to do with regard to audit, this is what we need to do to be aware of in terms of governance. Thank you.
There's one arm there at the back. And those are the two questions that I'll take, and the others, please channel through that platform, which will be viewed.
Thank you. My name is Samson Goga from National Construction Board. I also joined with the previous colleague who was congratulating presenters for very good presentations. Mine is on the issue of governance audits for state corporations. Sometime back in 2017, there was communication from SAC to state corporations regarding the issue of the approved list of governance auditors. And it's, in fact, for purposes of the performance contract, the issue of governance audits was to be marked as exogenous because there was no approved list at that point. I know governance auditors have been trained by the institute. However, there has never been any other communication from SCAC to state corporations regarding the approved list of governance auditors. And probably that's the reason why the state corporations have not embraced governance audits. Because we value it, but it's hard for you to implement a process that is not approved by the regulator. So probably we need guidance as far as that is concerned so that you can then embrace it.
I think the last question is actually directed to me, and I started by saying that you are right by saying that in Mongolia I said we are going to give a list. We have now put them in the website, and also we have asked the private cabinet secretary to gazette them. That is where I say once they are gazetted, they are in the public domain. Please, you can now be able to be accredited governance auditors. Thank you. And the other questions now, Uliza.
I'll take the first question, quite a good question. I think the question in almost comment is systems audit, the same as governance audit. The answer may be no, it's not. When you talk about systems audit, sometimes you are tending more towards financial audit, where you use systems of internal control and supervision of duties. There may be some areas of intersection between systems audits and governance audits, but governance audits are high level, maybe looking at policies, principles that govern the organization. The other ones may be from bottom up, and I will put it that way. So when you think about the systems audits, most times think about financial audits. There are what are called walk-through tests. For example, if you are trying to test whether a procurement system is operating as well as it should, from department to position for something, through raising an NPO and so on and so forth, those would strictly now become like a systems audit. Really, governance audits are high level, like I've seen, on policies, and we have about 9 parameters that we talked about. So you really are looking at board issues mostly. Board matters in most cases as you do governance audits. I think what is necessary for us to do, just to clear up our minds and our thoughts, is if we have a corporation secretary, for example, in our organization, and if that individual has been trained as a governance auditor, or even if they are not been trained, they can get in touch with the Institute of Secretaries and they will be given further information which they can then transmit to the board members. Now, would there be a handbook of laws and regulations for an organization regarding governance audit matters? The answer is clearly yes. But this handbook is going to be prepared internally by management, perhaps with the corporation secretary as chairman, because in our view, the issue of secretaries, governance audits or issues of governance are best dealt with by corporation secretaries. I know other disciplines are also staking a claim on governance, but really from where we sit, where we stand, we think corporation secretaries are best to handle governance issues. So the handbook will be prepared for your organization because you have unique or peculiar characteristics. Not every organization is governed by the same statutes, for example. As you start from the statute and see what items you are supposed to comply with, look at your governance issues, look at your board charter, look at any code of ethics and conduct, and from that you actually look at all the things that you're supposed to comply with and generate a handbook. So it is organization specific. It might not always be global as such. So that's what I wish to say. My colleague, FCS Jane, can add. Thank you.
System audits are based on operations, the day-to-day operations of the state corporation. You may be looking like the recruitment process, the payment process, the procurement process. So when systems audits are done, you just have to basically look at how the processes are being led. But governance audit is at the leadership level. We want to see the quality of policies, the quality of minutes, the quality of documents. So you can see they are quite different because they are not process. They are mainly the infrastructure that is put in place to drive governance. Thank you.
Our next session is going to be presented to us by Vincent Okon. It's going to take us through the prevention, corruption prevention in state corporation and the role of board members. So I'll go straight to give you a resume of a CV. Mr. Vincent Okon is a career public servant with over 27 years professional work experience as an economist and corruption and national security expert. He has served the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission as a senior leader team for over 16 years. He is a director of prevention services at the commission from 2013. He leads the implementation of the EACC corruption prevention budget. He has also served the commission as a deputy director research and planning for 7 years. Prior to that, he has served as an economist in a number of agencies in the government. There are quite a number of them. And in his career in public service, he has been instrumental in the formulation and implementation of key policies and strategies, including the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy of 2020, report of the Presidential Task Force on the Policy, Legal and Institutional Framework for Anti-Corruption in Kenya of 2015, and the Kenya Vision 2030, that is a political pillar, transparency and accountability, result-based management of 2005, and e-government strategy of 2004, Poverty Reduction Strategy Paper 1999 to 2002, among many others. He holds a BA, an MA in International Studies, University of Nairobi, MA Economics, University of Makerere University, MA in Economics and Social Studies, UK, and BA Economics, University of Nairobi. And is certified by the National Defense College of Kenya on national security and strategy. He has several trainings, including the Compliance Management University of Cape Town, Corporate Governance, Anti-Corruption Ethics and Governance, ISAMI. He is widely exposed internationally and locally through the professional and official engagements. He is passionate about public sector reforms, especially the anti-corruption and ethics, corruption risk management, corporate governance, and result-based management. Please let me take this opportunity to request you to help me welcome Vincent to come and give his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Session Chair, distinguished members of staff and ICS present, board members, chairpersons of various boards, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. From the ESCC, and I want to take you through the role of boards in institutionalizing prevention of corruption in your various institutions. As I start that presentation, I'm guided by what the Prime Cabinet Secretary said here last week on performance of boards. He indicated that probably only 5% of boards are able to pay dividends to the government. The rest are relying on the exchequer to support their operations. Now, what that says is that in the current framework, boards are struggling with the challenges of performance, and they are also having challenges dealing with corruption, because performance and corruption are two sides of the same coin, where if the levels of corruption are high, it is unlikely that the institution will perform very well. So I'll be taking you through this presentation by giving you a short introduction about corruption. I'll talk about state and effects of corruption in Kenya, the current evidence that is there, because that's the founding understanding of where we're coming from or where we are at as a nation. I will talk to you about the importance of prevention of corruption and really the nature of corruption in state corporations, because from where we see as ESC, we work very closely with a lot of state corporations in terms of reviewing systems, policies, and procedures to identify corruption weaknesses and loopholes. We also are aware of certain risks, corruption risks that exist in state corporations that you as a senior person in that institution need to seize of, and we'll be talking about what you need to do as a board member in institutionalizing systems that reject corrupt practices or unethical practices, and how to build institutional integrity. And of course, that will require us to also highlight certain areas of partnership with the Commission, what we can do together to support you move forward. And then I will conclude. Now, corruption has been defined in many ways. I'm sure you have your own version of what corruption means, but in the global arena, corruption is seen as the abuse of office for private gain. That is according to the World Bank. And so, if you are chair, member of the board, or in senior management, it is important to take a step back and see if there are such abuses that are existing within your institution. Corruption is also behavioral because it is an interaction between two people or individuals or more. It is structural because sometimes it's embedded in our society, in our economy, and in our institutions. And of course, when we see a political dimension in corruption, then we also see it as political abuse or a trusted power or office for your own gain. So that those two pictures send two messages. It depends on how you interpret them. But one shows some serious ethical engineering, the other one shows something quite different. Of course, the two of them may have challenges of corruption, we never know. But the image sends a very strong picture in terms of how corruption can manifest itself. So because of this challenge of corruption, there have been deliberate international and regional action against corruption. And at the international level, we have the United Nations Convention against corruption that provides a framework within which the state parties to that convention have to work by developing policies, regulations, and laws that govern this particular challenge. At the regional level, especially within the continent, we have the African Union Convention for Preventing and Combating Corruption. Nationally, we have the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, that talks about leadership and integrity in Chapter 6 and sets very clear benchmarks for which state and public officers are required to conduct themselves. That has been operationalized by the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. I'll be talking a little bit later about what the Act says in relation to the issue of discussion today. And I think it's also important to know that corruption is also criminalized in this country, and that Corruption and Economic Crimes Act 203 in the various sections set out there highlights what are the offenses of corruption. I'm sure you're aware of bribery, fraud, embezzlement, misappropriation, abuse of office, and even dealing in suspect property. So having understood what corruption is, how we are trying to respond to the problem, what are some of the offenses that are related, the state of corruption is highlighted in the context of the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, which in 2022 ranked Kenya number 123 out of 180, with a score of 32 out of 100, where if you are moving towards 100, you are doing very well. Where you are tending towards 0, you are doing very badly. And in fact, at some point, you can even be considered a failed state. So 32 out of 100 in any exam is not a good performance. So I think as a country, we need to retrospect and we need to be clear in terms of where there is victims as an issue. Surveys done by ourselves and the Commission also have very interesting findings. One, it says that those who have encountered corruption in 2021, when they came to our institution to seek services, were 23.2%. So out of 100 people, about 3 people have encountered corruption, about 2 people have encountered corruption. And about 2 people again out of 10 were asked to pay correct. And slightly over 2 people paid 16.5%. The average bribe that is now being demanded in this country is 5,888 compared to 3,833. So whether it's a contractor or a supplier or a mamboga looking for services in a health facility, the average comes to 5,800. Now you can imagine how many Kenyans come to government offices to seek services on a daily basis, and you can see corruption is an industry, it's an enterprise that is legally benefiting some people, some of you who even be seated here. Now, effects of corruption in this country. According to the Institute of Economic Affairs, this country lost about 730 billion shillings to corruption. That is equivalent to 7% of our GDP. And of course, in terms of illicit financial flows, we lost around 380 in 2020, and I think the number will be going up. Because today, I was reading something about a task force we put in place. It includes the place to bring together various government agencies to look at the issues of money laundering and terrorist financing. I think we are headed by the CS situation if you read the papers this morning. Now, poverty rate is at 3.4% in 2022, according to the World Bank, and that's can be directly attributed to issues of corruption as well. That meant 70% of our population last year lived below $1.90 a day. Approximately 8.9 million Kenyans are in extreme poverty. You can see the dire state of employment that is on the rise. So you can see those pictures are depicting a growing slum environment, waters that are polluted, and other parts of this country increasing levels of insecurity. So those are direct impacts of corruption in our environment. I think corruption, the prevention is the best approach to address the rise of corruption. Because when it follows aspects that have stolen, it's a question of the cost has wanted and we see what you can save. But through prevention, it is possible to close all the loopholes, close all the gaps, build institutional integrity, and also enhance ethical behavior among our public servants. So we see corruption as a governance problem, where systems, policies, procedures, and practices of work in various public agencies are not good. They facilitate corrupt practices. And if it is a governance problem, it means the fish rots out from the head, isn't it? And the heads are already here. That is a fact. Because if we can't spearhead the fight against corruption in our midst and within our institutions, it is also not in order to blame our agencies for not doing their bit. If your children in your house are not behaving ethically, you don't go and blame a neighbor or the society. You start looking at what role you play as a parent to address the problem. So again, prevention is about reducing opportunities for corrupt conduct and using proactive methods to detect and prevent what we call early warning systems. You know, if your staff are behaving unethically, you see the number of disciplinary cases on the rise. We as the ACC see the number of reports coming from your agencies increasing. So at times even the amount of budget that is allocated to your institution is a very clear indicator of things to come. So those are early warnings that we need to put our eyes on our hands to be able to see how we can respond to the challenge of corruption. So prevention is a participation issue within the institution where we review the systems, policies and procedures, we mark corruption risks, and where possible we also rate them and we recommend how to mitigate those risks. So the benefits is improved personal and institutional integrity within your agencies and in society. It is also about efficiency and effectiveness of our operations. It's about improved responsibility and responsiveness for ourselves and our staff in terms of how they, work with the Kenyans who come to see services from us. It's about image, because a corruption-free institution is conflict to society. I think the government authority has just said that the confidence of investors, stakeholders, and shareholders are critical. It's about growth of the institution and reversing the trends where we have relied on the extra all the time and instead be able to pay dividends to the Kenyans to pay taxes. So in state corporations and in relation to board members directly, as EACC in the last 3 years we have received 53 reports, 90% of which order on investment and certification and abuse of office by board members, chairpersons, and board members. 15% on issues related to our administration. So when the calculus is likely referred to the Commission on Administrative Justice progress. 28 of such reports are within our investigative framework, and we are looking at them. But we have also noted factors that may be contributing to some of these challenges that we are seeing. One is the lack of corruption policy or strategy, or even a plan or structures in place within our institutions to help you address the challenge of corruption. Secondly, there are accountability challenges, weak enforcement of internal controls where internal auditors are appointed in-house. There's a bit of reluctance at the board level to address some of these issues because people are either complacent or there are ways in which such weaknesses support unethical conduct. Conflict of interest, influencing procedures, insight trading, political interference, and even corruption, and to a large extent, even disagreements between boards and CEOs on how we need to undertake our operations. Sometimes there's a tendency for the board to cross over and interfere in operations. That compromises accountability and oversight, and the work we're supposed to undertake in ensuring proper management of the affairs of that institution. Corruption risks that we have noted in state operations are largely in 3 areas, but there are more areas that are affected. We have seen boards trying to institute legal procedures, creating committees at the board levels to regulate procurement. And if you are keen, in I think March of 2019, or if not March, October of 2019, the Commission had issued a circular providing advisories to all state corporations on involvement of boards on procurement processes. We have seen qualified personnel being involved in procurement issues, and while the law says something different, we see weak disposal mechanisms for any surplus and services assets. And this is serious because a lot of those assets are getting lost. So I want to ask board members, do you regularly update your IT asset register? Do you know what it contains today? And are you able to respond to challenges if there is a query around disposal of assets that are unserviceable or surplus? So in a nutshell, it's a serious contravention of the law, the procurement law and regulations which were promulgated in 2020. In the area of financial management, we have seen a lot of consultation of accounting documents, especially receipts, vouchers, and invoices. And these are real cases you will not mention the state corporations that are involved, but they know those we have been to, they know. We are seeing collusion with debtors. We are seeing weak press management systems where people take multiple witnesses and they don't really retire those witnesses. There is no proper accountability. There are delays in payment of supplier for one reason or another. There is discretion in investment decisions, especially at lower levels. And this leads to loss of public funds in the human resource management, irregular recruitment and promotion, skill training. I think early this week or early last week, there was a question here about board chairman being in all the trainings and being all the board members behind. I don't know how that is true for your board. I had some questions about board members last year. If it can be done at the board, the transition mechanism takes it all the way to the other levels, where we see skill training, remission of statutory, and third-party deduction. The other day, someone was giving me a good example how one corporation is not remitting this taxes, they are not remitting pension, anything else that are supposed to go elsewhere, including the sample contribution. That was not here, I think last week, in a particular existing corporation. So these are not small issues, they are life, they are happening, and the board really needs to come up and start to be counted on how we can address some of these challenges. So the role of the board are various. Generally, I think one of the things you need to ensure happens is that you have various policy documents in place that relates to corruption prevention. You need to maintain effective oversight of fraud risk management, especially when they are pointed out at an early stage. Monitor management, fraud, because management fraud is also there, and any control related activities. That is why you have the risk audit committee that is supposed to report the board on some of these issues. You need to implement an effective ethics effective business ethics program. You need to show a business case for corruption prevention. How will you support the institution to calm down where it's not doing well, where it's sustaining its growth, or even improve? You need to hire professional and integrity-driven management. When you bring talented people in management and they are known about squander or bladder public resources elsewhere, and we accommodate them within our institutions, we are not doing very well with the board, that institution, and indeed the government. We need to set up appropriate programs. We do not expect the management and the staff to fight corruption, and we at the top probably will or undermine efforts that are being taken to address corruption. I have talked about setting up audit committees. I believe they exist in most of our boards, but how effective are they in dealing with issues of risk, fraud, and corruption? Where necessary, and it is a requirement of the performance contract framework, establish a whistleblower mechanism that allows for people within the institution to tell you what is going on. And where necessary, even report to ESC where it is going on. As a person who has been engaged in some of these processes, I can tell you the best reports come from whistleblowers because they see what is happening as a big plan or being executed. And I know in some areas these people are not wanted. Role of the board is some specifics. The board needs to spearhead capacity building in the institution. We want to ensure that you are able to set up and ensure that you have a vibrant prevention committee at the management level. It is important for you to set up accountability units where they are not there and equip them with a program. You need to train integrity assurance officers that will help to undertake the day-to-day mainstream of prevention measures. You need to undertake corruption risk assessment where it is not possible for you to do. We are able to train you and the staff to do it yourself. If not possible, and you rely on us, we will come forward and support you in carrying out corruption risk assessment. Please ensure that you develop corruption prevention plans that outline strategies for filling any loopholes and improving controls within the institution. That particular plan will also help you define the roles of every stakeholder internally, especially management and staff. It will also determine if there are any resource requirements and, of course, any resource areas. As I mentioned earlier, you also need to have a corruption reporting mechanism that allows you to address some of the issues administratively and where there are criminal conduct that has been discovered, and we encourage you to ensure that such reports land on our desk at the commission so that we can do proper investigation and recommendations to the DPP. There is need for you to develop a positive organizational culture and ethical behavior because this is what promotes transparency and accountability, trust, honesty within the institution. So your organizational culture must be able to support your vision, mission, and core values. E.g., for example, meritocracy. How well do you rate meritocracy within the institution? How well do you rate professionalism within the institution? Because these are some of the benchmarks of ethical institutional behavior. So, legal provisions boards are concerned. The Leadership and Integrity Act from Section 12. The Leadership and Integrity Act, Section 12, expects board members and indeed public and state officers to self-declare. Self-declaration facilitates the Commission to carry out integrity verification of the state or public officer. And to date, we have put 88 board members on notice who have not done so. So if you are a chair, a member of the board, please go back and just find out how many of your members have done self-declaration. Because I know in the recent past, there have been a lot of the constitution of some of these boards. So it is possible some members may not have applied. So we want to request you to check, let's find out and encourage your members and also start to help us in this particular endeavor. The Public Officer Ethics Act in Section 26 and 27 requires a declaration of income, assets, and liabilities. So if you are a new board member within 30 days of joining, you should have done your first declaration. And as you continue serving every 2 years as defined by the law, and of course when you exit within 30 days, again, you should have declared. Now, the proposal board also reinforces some of these provisions, especially in the Leadership and Integrity Act, and I want to talk particularly about the role of the board in procurement. As in page 32, if you read the board, it talks about the role of the board as formulating policies related to procurement, ensuring that the procurement function is established within the institution, approving procurement plans, and monitoring the implementation. Please put an emphasis on approving and monitoring, not implementing. Are we together? Because then you are overstepping your mandates and interfering with what the Procurement Act expects of the board. There have been cases where board members want to be involved in the implementation of programs or procurement plans that have been put forward. And these are made as some reports being made to the Commission on issues of conflict of interest and the flouting procurement rules and regulations. Embracing real ethical leadership is also well articulated on page 41 and 42. And as I mentioned earlier, building institutional integrity will require ethical leadership at the top. A leadership that promotes transparency and accountability in the institution, that puts in place systems that allow that transparency and accountability to thrive. One professor called Professor Robert in 1988 talked about how controlling corruption needs to be done. And he gave us an equation on how to address the challenge of corruption. And he said corruption is equal to discretion in decision making, plus monopoly in the way you take those decisions, minus accountability in the way you account for the decisions you take. So ethical leadership requires us to reduce discretion, minimize monopoly decision making among ourselves, and enhance the levels of accountability, which will translate into honesty and proper systems and effectiveness in our operations. So I just wanted to read that these are requirements under Section 13 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, where it talks of ethical and moral requirements of states and public officers. And I invite you to read Section 13 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. So in terms of areas of partnerships, the Commission has always worked with the boards in terms of training and induction. So when you have specific induction programs for yourselves, please feel free to invite ESCC to talk about this at length, especially the requirements under the Leadership and Integrity Act. What are we will be able to support you there. Secondly, we are ready to support development of corruption prevention policies and plans by part of all training and where necessary giving technical support. Board charters, when you formulate or review them, please ask yourself to what extent do they address issues of conduct of board members as it relates to issues of corruption prevention. Setting up integrity units, we have guidelines and processes that you need to go through and to ensure that those units, where necessary and applicable, they report directly to the board. Having codes of conduct, I think most of our institutions do have them. From time to time, we need to review them because the leadership and integrity act requires us to have codes of conduct, have gift management policies and registers, and all those have to be approved and monitored by the board in terms of the way they are being enforced. Self-declaration and wealth declaration is a requirement of the law, so where it has not been done, we will be calling you or reminding you to ensure that that is done. Please, where possible, report corruption where you see it. We have an anonymous reporting system on our website which doesn't require you to disclose who you are, what your name is, what you're interested in is the information. Again, this is a very reliable source of information because these are insiders telling us what is happening within the institution, and they have informed very good responses from our end. We will also help you to undertake sensitization and awareness among your staff so that you bring about knowledge and understanding about their role in the fight against corruption. So in conclusion, I want to say that all of us are aware that corruption is rampant in our country based on the evidence I shared earlier. I want to say that all of us have a responsibility to fight corruption within our sphere of influence. Let's not say that we are ESCC there, we are funded by the taxpayer to do their job. If all of us did our bit, the ESCC will have a very easy job in helping to bring corruption down. So we have a responsibility and we want to request you to make sure you play that role effectively as boards. Now, state corporations, we know, are a daunting task in terms of turning around performance of the institutions, improving image, and also addressing corruption. We want to request you to rise to the occasion and deliver. Please set the tone at the top and establish a strong corporate governance and compliance with government systems. Partner and collaborate with us to help you undertake some of these responsibilities. And obviously, if we are able to play our role effectively, then all of us will reap the dividends of the corruption prevention and the country. Thank you very much.
I think it serves a better there's a lot that you can partner with the ESCC. We don't have to look at them as our enemies, but we can partner with them. I think that is what I'm taking home. So that we can reduce the figures that have been presented to us. They are huge figures, and it looks like the trend is going up. So we can do a lot as the board members to bring these figures down, figures in terms of corruption and unethical behavior. Yesterday we went through the ethical leadership, and I remember the presenters told us we start from the top. That is the only thing that can be top down, not bottom up. And I think we need to take that home so that we partner a lot with ESCC so that we can reduce this animal corruption. We'll take 2 questions, one from this side, one from this side. The rest of the questions can go through the photo so that you can answer them later in the course of this one. Any question or comment?
My name is Arthur Kotek from Prayer. Thank you, President, for a very good, very clear presentation. You mentioned the issue of self-declaration and wealth declaration. I think I understand the part of wealth declaration of self-declaration income very clear. Maybe you can take that.
Another question or comments? There's somebody at the back.
Police Owners Compensation Fund, PCF in short. My question was on the wealth declaration. I was just wondering, there's been this more or less like a joke that you can declare in case you're corrupt, so that you work towards justifying their wealth. I just want to find out from the gentleman if they have any mechanisms either through KRA or any other agencies that can actually reconfirm the true figure or something like that. Thank you.
Those two good questions. I think one that I thought was self-declaration was not very clear. As I mentioned, the Leadership and Integrity Act in Section 12 requires people seeking public offices, whether appointed or elected, to fill a self-declaration form, which is given as a schedule to the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. That form, you can see any institution that is in the public service that is declared its advocacies normally says that you need to seek self-declaration from ESC. I'm sure you've seen that. Now, in the case of board members, you see you are appointed, and at that point, probably you are not required to required to fill that form. Is that correct? So once you join, we still expect you to regularize to be compliant with the law. And that's why we were saying 88 board members to date have not done so. So we work very closely with SCAC to ensure that happens. And we are requesting that you do so. This particular self-declaration allows us to carry out an integrity vetting of the person. We do our own work and provide reports to the entities that are putting on that job. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is wealth declaration a joke? I want to say it is not. It is a very important exercise that we have carried out in this country for a very long time. There are bottlenecks in the law in terms of access to wealth declarations, but as ESCC, whenever we need your declaration, we will get a court order and we will access it in accordance with the law to see if what you own on the ground is commensurate with what you have declared and your own known sources of income. So yes, we access those declarations where necessary to be able to aid in the investigation. So it is not an exercise in futility. I think what we need to be asking our parliamentarians is to improve access to those declarations. When you go to some jurisdictions out there in Western Europe, even Eastern Europe, these declarations, especially for top officials like yourself, are online. So if you want to look for a problem, you just type this name, or his ID number, and you are able to do that. Of course, in the area of care, you work with them during investigations, because people purport to earn incomes for which sometimes they do not pay taxes. So your tax return is also very important in determining whether your source of income is legitimate or not. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity given me to moderate the next session. The next session is on effective management of meetings. And I know that very many of us take the process of meetings lightly. But as you see from after the presentation, you find that it is very important that we organize our meetings in a certain way so that we are able to be effective. And I think a key observation is that 90% of board work is executed through meetings. I think that's a very underlying fact which we need to be conscious of. Now, on the left there, you can see those three gentlemen looking very alert and very light. They will take us through this topic, and some of the things they will talk about are not things which are written in books. They are things which have been experienced on the ground, because if you look at them, you can see that they have really interacted with the job. Let me take this opportunity to introduce them. The young man at the center is Jeremiah Karaja, FCS. Jeremiah Karaja is a born-again Christian and a servant leader who values good stewardship of the people and resources entrusted to him. He is a certified secretary, a human resource professional, a lawyer, accredited governance auditor, accredited trainer or trainers, governance advisor, board evaluation consultant, and a strategic planning expert. FCS Karaja is a member of the Institute of Certified Secretaries, Institute of Human Resource Management, and Kenya Christian Professionals Forum. He has held various positions in various institutions as board members, as CEO, board secretary, head of department, manager, and many others. FCS Karaja is currently a PhD student in leadership and governance at the Jomo University of Agriculture and Technology. He's a holder of Master of Business Administration in Strategic Management, University of Nairobi. He also holds a Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration, Political Science and Communication, University of Nairobi. He holds a Bachelor's of Law, University of Nairobi, a Diploma and Higher Diploma in Human Resource Management, and a Certified Secretary, just like I mentioned. He's a scholar and has co-authored 3 books. One of them, Corporate Governance and Ethics, another one, Public Governance, Administration and Policy, and Effective Management of Meetings. I think I've seen one of your books, and I want to confirm I have already bought it, and I want to request you to sign it for me so that you dedicate it to my reading. He's a young man, but I think he is doing well. I think, let me just pause at that as far as the profile of FCS Karaja is concerned, and wish you the best so that you finish your doctorate studies and become a doctor. The gentleman to the far end, this one, I wish you could see where I am pointing, to the far end, this side. This gentleman is Geoffrey Siomo. He's a founding member of the Institute of Certified Secretaries. He's a fellow of the Institute, former chairman of the Registration of Certified Public Secretaries Board, chair of the disciplinary committee in the Institute for a long time, certified governance auditor, and is a certified governance trainer. In terms of perspective, let me say that he has mentored very many. He's member number 003 in our institute register. I know you did not include this one in your profile, but I know it. As you know, when we used to do my reading, especially in high school, you remember at times you would be given a photo to interpret, and you are asked, how deep is that gorge that you are seeing, or valley. And then we were taught that when you ask such a question, don't think that it is out of perspective. Look around, you will see something familiar, which will enable you to compute or estimate the depth. And so, to make you, to bring you near that perspective, I am member number 1069. When is member number 00 what? 3. And therefore, I think as we speak about the profession of the Institute of Science and Secretaries, this is one of the founders, and we respect him in that respect, and he has got a lot of experience. And therefore, he's lined up to be one of our speakers. Karibu sana, Joseph. Then, at the far end, we have got FCS Simon Ujibiwe, and Ujibiwe, I think, you remember we introduced him on the first day. Do you recall that? He's a member of our institute, and he's serving as the CEO of SCAC. I'm sure this is a very familiar person to all of you. Now, having introduced the speakers, I want to give them some terms of reference. And one is only one term of reference. That one, FCS character you work for. That is TOR number 1. TOR number 2 is that you are going to manage yourselves and lead within time, so that we are able to proceed towards finalizing this very important international workshop. So, karibu sana FCS character. Take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Wabua, can you clap for Wabua? You better clap for him well because he is a vice chairman of the institute. And you know what that means to be as a CEO. You can tell him in a minute. Try to give him a better clap. So, again, within the chairman's session time, I would request us to start just to stretch a bit. Just before we have the presentation set up, I want us to write induction. You know, we are doing body induction. That will also we are required to do body induction. And in addition to body induction, we are supposed to do continuous training. So we are doing induction. After this, we are expecting to do continuous training. And ICS have been doing that for quite a number of the books, and they are still available. So I want you to write induction with your, what is it called? When I was young, we used to call it 6. So look at your neighbor, because you can determine how old they are based on how well they are able to write induction when they are 6. Those of us who used to go for this course, also these are very used to that. You like that? Then N, small n. So, okay, let's go. I, N, D, small d. Go. After D, U. Again after U, C. After C, small e. After that is O. Then N. Good. I can tell the age. Now you want to run very fast. You are going to take new marathon on this subject of management of meetings. So my time starts now, right? This is one. It starts now. And we are going to ensure you give time just to mention what you are going to do is all that. I believe you can see it. Just to mention, as a way of introduction, we are going to do this topic in the next 1 hour. Ideally, it's a topic that takes us 5 days. It's a whole 5 days course that we run at the Institute. And we do it in 2 parts. There is a part that relates to board members. There is also a part that relates to your corporation secretary and management levels, because each of them have specific roles they play. Sometimes why you struggle in your board meetings is because of the way the board papers are done. Yet you are not the one who is expected to do the board papers. So the Institute have developed a number of standards and guidelines to guide especially your corporation secretaries and other members of management. If you visit our website, www.ics.ke, then go to resources. Under resources, you are able to download all these governance standards and guidelines. Again, to mention, when we do the 5 days course, we run the whole of this cycle, discussing each and every item. What is the role of the board on the matters agenda? What is the role of managers? The role of corporation secretary? The role of the chairman? So that's why it takes. So I want to encourage you, get in touch with the Institute, and we can help you on that. How is it that, Jokes, what are the basic elements that you would expect in an effective meeting?
Thank you, CS Karanja. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Meetings have a reason why they are held. Meetings are supposed to achieve a specific purpose. Meetings are supposed to be properly convened. Meetings are supposed to be attended by the right people. Meetings are supposed to be chaired by a chair who is properly appointed or elected. Now, these are some of the things that will make your meeting valid. So it is important to note that you may spend a lot of time deliberating, but you missed only on one item. You did not have a properly appointed chairman in position, and you have spent probably the next 8 hours discussing and making decisions. Then by the end of the day, you find that your deliberations are null and void. So it is important, particularly for the chairman, to ensure, to begin from the top there, that that meeting was properly convened by the right authority, and authority was given to the right person to convene that meeting. So when you meet as a team, please look at these essentials that will validate your meeting. We cannot go through each one of them in details, but please capture them and ensure that you observe these things very clearly.
Thank you, Jokes. Simon, especially the full boards. What is your comments on this, what we are calling proper persons attending meeting, and especially when it comes to members of management? And the reason why I'm asking that, what is the situations where CEOs manage their boards by bringing the entire 20 staff members in a board meeting, and the board is only 9 members. What is your comment on that?
Thank you so much, Mr. Good morning, class. Good to see all of you. And what FCS Karanja has asked about persons attending meetings, and what FCS Justice Yogo has said about having the right person in meetings has hit us in state corporations. There are state corporations, I know, and we have the inspector here, who have made very good decisions, but the decisions have been invalidated by dint of having persons who should not have it in the meetings. You had a stranger in a meeting. For example, if I come to the issue of staff, we have instances where you can have a stranger. Let me tell you one of them. Very recently, the PS, who is a substantive member of a board, comes to attend the meeting because that is the member, and the alternate is also present. Now, you already have a stranger in the meeting. So, as a chair of the board or a committee, anytime you know you have an alternate, and I have my colleagues here have been an alternate sometimes when I was in the ministry, you are a stranger, immediately the substantive member comes to the meeting. When the member comes, make sure you disappear. Possibly, the member just decides today I want to attend and does not even notify the alternate. When the member comes, my friend, possibly alternate should be sitting next to the door. Member mwenyewe akionekana hivi, because you are a stranger and your presence can invalidate. Okay? Number two, the issue of stranger. There are times when even at the committee level, a member can just come in the finance committee, and another member who is not a member of finance committee happens to have come to greet the CEO. They go, kuna mkutano ya finance, wacha niingie. Now that is a stranger. Any meeting of the committee should be comprised only of the members of the committee, and if it's the board, the members of the board. If a cabinet secretary was to come to a board meeting, remember, that is a stranger. As long as, you see, there are things that you can do, and I have seen corporation secretaries allow me to clarify. If you have a cabinet secretary coming to the meeting, make sure that the way you list the agenda is such that you can have the board, you have an opening prayer, preliminary remarks by the chair, invite the cabinet secretary to do, because that is not the formal meeting. You just have the preliminary issues to be handled. Then thereafter you come to now notice, read the notice after the CS has left. Because the CS was not a member. You cannot have a meeting, you start off with the chairman's remark or confirmation of whatever, notice of the meeting, quorum, and there is a person who is a stranger, the meeting has begun. So you should have the informality of the meeting where you handle issues with the stranger with them. It could be even very high office in the government. Then after they leave, you now come to read the notice. Now the formal meeting begins after the stranger has left. Issues of staff. Very important. We have boards, and you got it. I don't know how. In state corporations, we have also a case where some CEOs, they bring in staff, so many of them, until they intimidate the thought process of the members. Especially one team, I know there are very few here, universities. You can imagine a vice chancellor bringing professors, 18 of them, and within the members of the board are going to professor. Then these guys talk, they are technical, and then members think, now if I speak in the midst of professors, my ignorance will be exposed. Let me just keep quiet. The meeting is for board members, for heaven's sake. The stuff that you bring, if you are having a full board meeting and there are papers cutting across the entirety of the spectrum of management, it is better for you to have a holding room. That's the best. Have the board members, wakati wa finance ikifika, you request the chair, can I now bring in my finance person? Hiyo ikiisha, anaenda. Now it's supply chain issue. Can I bring in this like that? So that you do not crowd the meeting of the board with the entire management and to stifle contributions by the members.
Thank you.
I have seen worse situations in that regard where my colleague is explaining, where because the cabinet secretary has come into the meeting and is sitting into the meeting, members of the board addressing issues forget that they have a chairperson. They begin to say, Mheshimiwa, whatever. They begin to address their issues through
this person instead of addressing the issues through the chair. The chair in that meeting is the boss, regardless of whether comes to sit in as a guest or whichever way. The chair is the boss. Please address your issues through the chair.
Very important. I wanted to train my fellow CEOs some bad manners, how to manage the board. And one of these to manage the board, ensure you have as many members of management in a board meeting until you intimidate the board members. So board members you have had, when you see those people, no, there are two issues that the CEO wants to attain. Either to intimidate you or because the CEO wants to be seen to have consulted adequately, although he made this thing unilaterally, so he'll be bringing one item and say, Finance Director, we discussed this, you remember? I said, yes, Mukubwa, nakumbuka. HR, also in that meeting, because now you don't want to embarrass your CEO, they say, yes. So you have that when you have autocratic CEOs. But Simon, these issues of board meetings are legislated. Just a comment on two things. One, the role of the chair, the issues of the chair, and especially the issue of casting votes. Does the chair have to vote?
Thank you. Thank you, FG's Karanja. For state corporations. This law is very clear. If you read Section 8 of the State Corporations Act, is very clear in the manner in which you have to conduct a meeting. And one of the things is all meetings are chaired by the chairperson. And in the absence of the chair, the members who are present in that meeting will choose who is to chair. Now, FCS, you also say you may have a wrong person in the chair. And this is how it comes. This is chair of any child. Very eminent person. Engineer is not there and he says, I am not coming to the meeting, and Simon will preside or chair. Now, that chair, when I get there to that seat, already I am an illegitimate person in the chair. So the members, as a chairperson, the law contemplates your absence. When you are not there, leave it. The members present shall appoint one of their number, not to act as chair. So corporation secretary, don't say the person is acting. That person is simply chairing or presiding in the minutes, because again, these are matters that have been canvassed in law in some cases, and the chair can only act if he or she is appointed by the appointing authority. Otherwise, the persons who are appointed on the floor to preside, they are simply presiding or chairing. And let me just use this opportunity also to clarify that you have instances where there is no substantive chair. The chair has not been appointed, and the chair does not only preside over meetings, but the chair takes care of other issues. So when you are in a board that has no substantive chair, anytime you say, today we don't have a chair, we are appointing Professor Gishaka to preside, then you add another recommendation again, that Professor Gishaka is appointed to chair this meeting and also to take charge of any affairs requiring the position of chairperson until the next meeting. And please, don't appoint somebody to act infinitum, so that when you come, you say, no, we appointed Director Mary. No. Every time the law says, when there's no chair, it is a ritual. The first thing when you meet that you do is to appoint the person to chair and to take charge of the affairs until the next meeting. Now, decision making is again regulated there, where in event there is no chair, you will appoint a person to present, and that person has the same powers of a chairperson. So the law says the chair does not vote, except for companies, because for companies, state corporations that are companies, the chair is elected during a board meeting convened after the AGM. So that member represents a shareholder and is a chair, and will therefore have both a deliberative vote and a casting vote. But for most of the state corporations where it is not specified that the chair has a deliberative vote, then the chair does not vote. FCS Karanja, the chair does not vote with the other member. The chair is a first among equals. We have had some bad manners, and the inspector here, the inspectors of state corporations see it all. where you can see you are 6, the chairman is there, the CEO, the member. The CEO never votes on any matter. So the chairman sits one side, any side ingine iko na watatu na huko kuna wawili. Then the chair anasema let me vote to cause a tie. Then after the tie, the chair says now I'm casting. Oh, shindwa kabisa. Here, you cannot. The chair's vote is not like any other vote. So the chair will only cast where there is a tie. Hey.
Si unakuja kwa mkutano nasema nimewekelea everybody to vote and the other party vote. I think that's clear. What has happened to my Ujibiwe?
Money has been poured.
Yeah, hata wakizima tutaendelea. It is the laptop itself. We require ICT support.
We can continue off.
I just want to emphasize the point starting on the late about the person chairing the meeting. This is very important that the person chairing that meeting, who is not the substantive chairman, has all the powers that pertains to the powers of the chairman in relation to that meeting. I have seen some, I don't want to call them bad manners, I don't know whether they are mistakes or errors, where, for example, the subjective chair has delayed coming into the meeting, and the members present have appointed somebody to continue chairing the meeting. The minutes have been, for example, adopted by the people present. Then you put those minutes aside waiting for the signature of the substantive chair. That substantive chair was not present when minutes were being adopted. The person who was chairing would be the one to sign those minutes. Please never wait for the substantive. Oh, okay, they have been adopted, then you take it to the chairman. Chairman, we adopted this, please sign. Please avoid that habit. It is wrong because you are trying to disregard the power of the person in the chair who was chairing the meeting.
Board member session chair mentioned that 90% of your work is in meetings, and you'll be measured on how effective meetings were. And it's not just meeting. Is after the meeting, what was the product? How productive were you? And the productivity we are talking about here is not at home, it's in the boardroom. So don't tell us if you come from, if you are like Ujibiwe who told us the other day that he is a proper Nuya man, so he is unable to say how many he has produced outside there. We are not measuring from those others. It's how productive you are at the office or in the organization. Jonas, what is your comment in regard to committees and their procedures?
FCS Karanja, committees are instruments of the board. They have been put together by the board. The work of the board may appear successful or failure because of the inability of the committees to do their work. Now, in terms of procedure, I want to persuade you as board members, because you also sit in committees, that please, when you have issues that you are deliberating on, which have not reached the recommendation stage, because you make recommendations to the board, and the board makes the decision. Now, if issues have not reached the recommendation stage from the committee level, don't come to the board and say, Chairman, we know there's this issue of the car that we were thinking about buying. We are still debating whether to buy a white one or a red one. That is not a matter for the board. Go deliberate in the committee and determine that you are coming for the white, recommend the white card to the board may decide to accept the recommendation, modify it, or reject it altogether. So it is important that you think through the issues very, very detailed before you bring them to the board at the level of recommendation. And ensure, because you have the corporation secretary to support you, the issues are within the law and they are also synchronized with the policy position. So that if ever you make the decision because the decision is of the board will take responsibility for that decision. So please, committee members, make sure you have cleaned the recommendations that you bring to the board before you put them before the board.
And Simon, whether to buy a red car or a blue car, don't bring your waters into the boat. You go water there. Once you finish watering, is when you bring a proper paper to the boat. In terms of outputs, what we expect from the committee to the board, Justice.
Thank you, FCS Karanja. Like I've already said, committees bring recommendations to the board, usually in the form of a board paper. But please make sure you differentiate between what we call a board paper and what we call a report. A board paper is very precise. A board paper is designed to capture the information and the recommendation on which you want the board to make a decision. If you have a long report that you also want to share with the board, attach it to the board paper by way of an annex or an appendix. Don't do a 50-page document and call it a board paper because you do not want to attach. For example, your monthly, when you bring management accounts to the board, those are reports which you can attach to the board paper, but to ensure that that board paper is pointing to the board the key areas that you want the board to focus on, consider, and make a decision. Now, this allows me to call it bad manners, where committees have a board paper which they bring to the board. Now, committee chair is there, committee members are there, then the board committee chair asks the CEO, can you present that report on our behalf? That is a committee report. The CEO can help under very special circumstances, but the responsibility for presentation of that report is the chair of the committee. If the chair of the committee is not there, then a member of that committee will take over and present the report, the board paper to the board. Please don't involve the CEO on you matters that are your responsibility, because the CEO has got his or her own board papers to present. Chair of committee, please play your role.
Thank you. Simon, in terms again of these outputs, there are all these other issues. Any comments?
Thank you, FCS. Mostly if you just go to buttress what FCS, the other one, about the board and the chair allowing the CEO. Yes, you can see the CEO's time is here. At the committee level, that's where the CEO is the one prosecuting the matter. The CEO has signed the paper and is prosecuting the matter. And sometimes, some boards would allow a paper that has not been signed by the CEO. Please don't. All papers should be signed by the CEO, unless where the CEO is not and has communicated to the executive chair that so and so will sign and present the paper. The CEO's job is here. And like FCS, the officer say, when it comes to the board, it is the chairperson. And another thing you can see from there is that when the CEO is presenting papers, sometimes we have bad manners, like Joseph would say, when you find that staff who come to the meeting sometimes can begin to challenge the CEO, especially for institutions that have intellectuals. When you find a CEO or vice chancellor has presented a paper very well, and then another professor there saying, carries a hand and says, from where I sit. Now, where do you sit? The CEO is the single staff there. So when the CEO, you can see the qualification for a committee paper to be presented to the committee. The assumption is that the entire executive has spoken. So the chair of a committee should not expect or allow a hand from the management team to ask for clarification because that was done. Some CEOs, unfortunately, you will find finance committee, your paper, as board members are asking for clarification, the CEO is also asking for clarification. The CEO is the one who has signed the paper. So the only questions raised are by the members of staff, by the members of the board. So the CEO's role is here at the committee. When it goes to the board, it is the board chair and the respective committee chairperson, like FCS officer say. Now you asked me about the outputs. You can see there are 4 outputs here. Now, what could happen, which is obvious, is that number 1, we shall have minutes from the committee. These are outputs, not to be presented to the board. We are saying after you have had a committee meeting, one thing that we should expect if we are auditing is there should be minutes. Number 2, at the committee level, you can go to the board and you can also go to the CEO. How do you go to the CEO? When the paper is shoddy, we expect that papers that go to the board are comprehensive and well researched. So if the paper is shoddy, don't make decisions from air as board members that we are thinking this, because you are only safe as a committee or a board if your decisions are based on papers. You can say we acted in good faith because this is what management gave us. So if the paper has gaps, don't make decisions. Just tell them, go and research and come back to us. So you are now going down. And then you can also, during the committees, notice that there is a policy gap or something and direct the executive to go and come up with a paper on issues that are emerging. And ultimately, number 4, is the board paper now from the committee, which is going to the board, and like FCS officers say, it is only on matters that have been, you have a recommendation to go to the board. Thank you.
Good, clap for us. FCS Karanja, to be fair to management, because sometimes board members are unfair. In my life, I have handled not less than 100 boards, different boards. And I've seen different behavior and attitudes. You know, when particularly management has brought in a board paper by way of a proposal, you may see a lot of gaps, like policy gaps, for example, like FCS Ujibiwe said. And the first board member who picks it to try and make a comment on it will look at it and ask, Chairman, what is this? There's nothing. And they throw it just like that. Now, because that guy is the outspoken, probably the leader of in that particular subject, the rest of the board members will not want to say anything. And the chair will simply say, okay, CEO deal with it, without giving any direction to management on how you want that paper revisited or reviewed. Please, your role is leadership, and leadership includes providing guidance. If you just throw that paper back to management without giving any direction, and that's where the chairperson, professor, must come in and give direction so that you be fair to management as well, because they might go back and say, now what do these guys now want? They have just rolled it back. So guys sit, deliberate, they take it back, and the same guy who threw it out will say, Chairman, I don't think management is serious. Please let's be fair to management.
Have we recruited competent guys in this organization? Where do you get these guys, CEO? Those are the comments that sometimes are given. You were in the middle of clapping for us. And the reason why you are clapping for us is because we have just graduated from committees and now we are going to the full board. So I'm sure now you know how to deal with issues at the committee level. Simon, any comments at this stage when we graduate from committee, now we are at the board level?
Thank you, FCS. One of the things to note is that at the board level, management is now safe. The committees have taken up, and it is the committees that are coming to prosecute matters at the board level. So if as a CEO of the management team you have issues, you have to canvass them at the committees. It is risky for you as board members to allow at the full board level the management to come with stand-alone items that will be prosecuted at the full board level. So at the full board level, it is the committees. I was asked a question here one time that, I am not a finance person. How do I present a finance paper? And me at university, all I studied was Kiswahili. Let me first give you comfort that as a person proficient in Kiswahili, you are the best place to chair the finance committee. Because the experts are their hired finance experts. So you with Kiswahili, you are best to chair the committee. And you are best to present the paper at the full board. The problem we have sometimes is that the paper is done wrongly. The paper that goes to the board. If you are doing the biggest paper from finance is the financial statements. Let's look at the draft financial statements at the end of the year. And you are Director James, studying Swahili, you don't know. Can you present the paper? The answer is yes. Number one, the paper is very concise, which means it is about the paper should be about 1 or 2 pages. Why? Because you are just saying, we have let me assume 3 statements. Statement of comprehensive income, statement of financial position and cash flow. Firstly, main statements. What are you going to have? Number one, just to tell the board that you are going through the statements and these are our observations. You are not now taking the board through the statement. Some institutions you find the chairperson's signature on the financial statement is on page 43. Now, as a chair, you are representing what you don't know. Your paper will be 1 or 2 pages. You are just saying the statement of financial position, the status of health. Are you a going concern? And this is our observation. 1 or 2 sentences, and then you say details annex 1. That's not for you. Statement of comprehensive income. Oh, we have noted that now we have 2 revenue streams, which is very nice. We have also noted that this year we have made a surplus. If you are not profit making, we have made a surplus when last year we made a deficit. And Chair, we are in good standing. Management is doing well. If you want details, annex 2, cash flow. What is your liquidity status? what you observed as a board, one page, signed by the chair, then you call on the CEO, you tell the chair, can you kindly allow that we get our accounting officer, who is the CEO, to possibly walk us through the details. Now we're going to sign up on one page. So who cannot do that? That is, so the problem is now when you have 43 pages and you have to go through with your Swahili, you are going through changes in equity. My friend, that's not your work. So your paper, the paper, in fact we are going to have through the institute training of staff on how to do board papers. Because why members of the committees FCS Karanja say, can I please welcome the CEO to take? Because they have put technicalities in the papers, which is not supposed to be in the paper. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. I'm talking about board papers. The session chair mentioned that there are other green books and a number of published articles. Now, we normally say if you find your board papers that are coming to you as board members are more than 5 pages, some even going towards 10 pages, kindly send those corporation secretaries to me because I want to order another book. And those are not writers of board papers, they are authors of books. They're in the wrong place. They need to come and we co-author a book with them. A board paper, FCS, should be like, what page are you talking about?
Ideally, not more than 3 pages. If you are beginning to do more than 3 pages, ask yourself whether you are including the materials that are ought to go in the board papers.
And that is very important. We are emphasizing this because there is a lot of confusion out there. What a board paper is. Financial statements is not a board paper, it's an annexure to the board paper. This is a sample agenda for a board meeting. We are not saying that you must stick to this, but we are just taking it as a sample board agenda. Allow me to mention one item on this prayer. Very important, because even when we are starting this conference, we started with prayer because Kenya is a very religious institution and we want to encourage you to continue the agenda of prayer. However, you have also learned something called risk management. Prayer can be a risk. Tell your neighbor, prayer can be a risk. Simon, can you imagine, during our annual international conference in the year 2019, and I have a number of members from our institute here, including the vice chair, he was there in that meeting. So the person who was in one of the sessions invited a volunteer to come and close with the word of prayer. So the person started very well and blessed us, and we are just feeling, wow, we are saying amen, amen. Then in the middle, the person changed the agenda of the prayer and said, God, you are aware that next month we are going to elections. To elect our council members. God, these council members who are here, we pray that you may remove them and put so and so as a council member. Those who are being removed, of course, we are saying, Ujibiwe. Those who are being brought in, we are saying, amen. In the middle of that confusion, the person also added, because our profession is not a requirement that your corporation secretary be aware. And I want to emphasize that it's not a legal requirement that your corporation secretary be aware. The requirement is that they should be members of the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya, qualified at 534 of the laws of Kenya. That is the legal requirement. However, it happens that most of our members are also lawyers. So the person continued, God, you see these lawyers have taken over our profession. Now they are even more than us. Can you remove them from this institute? No, because the majority of the participants in that group were lawyers. So the prayer became very chaotic. One of the friends of Joshua Buaria was a chairman called Joe Ujibiwe, was a chairman of a tea factory somewhere in Uganda. So before they started the AGM, he invited a volunteer to open the AGM with the word of prayer. So the person again started very well. In the middle, he said, how do you see these directors? And then they have very big stomachs. These stomachs, they have eaten all our money. Our hard-earned labor, God, as she started crying. You see that they have eaten our money. And now they have preaching here, Kamala. If an AGM has been closed in the name of Jesus, who are you to open it? So people ask, Simon, do you have any comment on any of these agenda items?
Indeed, prayer can be a risk, and some institutions have taken care of that risk. And what some institutions have done, myself, I don't agree with it, but some have taken and written prayers. Written prayers. I think Inspector, like Sony, I don't know if you ever attended the meeting, they ask somebody, can you pray? And they give you something to read. Best or such, I would think prayer is best left to being led of the Spirit. Although the Spirit sometimes kuna roho mtakatifu na roho mtakatifu. So, just see how you manage it. But also prayer celebrates the diversity of prayer, so that if you have a Muslim, a Hindu, then the diversity of Christianity, if you have Reggio Maria, you have a Corino, you have to celebrate that diversity. And what is good about this agenda, the template that you have, is that it's very important because it highlights most of the things you need. And looking at an agenda like quorum is very critical because, again, one thing that can invalidate your decisions that you have labored to go through is when you have no quorum. Now, I want to give you good news. For institutions that are not correct in terms of their law, use Mwongozo. Mwongozo, the quorum for Mwongozo is 5, including the CEO. And we have done so many boards with that. Once you have 5 people, including the CEO is a member of the board without voting rights. So, once you have 5, and your quorum, the law says 10, just say, we are using Mwongozo, and very many boards, we are transacting business because of that. By the way, appointments of boards is a political process. So we can't assure you every time that we have the 9 members. So use Mwongozo, fine. Now, when you don't have the quorum, what happens? When you don't have the quorum, you can end the meeting, or you can adjourn the meeting. Now, if you end a meeting, there is no quorum, do you get sitting allowance? Yes, because you have transacted agenda number 1, prayers. Agenda number 2, notice of meeting. Agenda number 3, quorum, no quorum. Sitting allowance pay. You will be legit. And make sure that there are minutes to that meeting, because the inspector will tell you, the law is very clear. If a person misses 3 consecutive meetings without the approval of the appointing authority, not apologies, you have ceased to be a member. So we need those minutes as proof that the persons who made the meeting not to proceed are these. 3 times, you don't expect a letter, you have ceased to be a member. So that meeting is proper. Number 3, quorum haiko. The meeting ends, it means another meeting will be called on notice. A notice will be issued. But if you decide as chair to do the following, note the consequences. The chair can say, there is no quorum, the meeting is adjourned. Once the chair says that and it's minuted, there is no notice. The next meeting is the following week, same day, same time, and any members present are quorum. So that's the beauty. When you end. So even if you are not the substantive chair, the chair is not there, and you are elected, because what would happen if there's no substantive chair? The first item, even before prayer, the first item is appointment of the session chair. And then once the session chair is appointed, then that session chair is the one to call for prayers, notice, and then you say, now that there's no quorum, the meeting is adjourned, and the following meeting will be like I've said, and any members, you are required to transact business in terms of the law.
Why did that? Can you comment on the special meeting?
Yeah, the special meeting. There is also some confusion that we have that a special meeting can only have one agenda item. I want to declare the good or bad news. that a special meeting cannot have less than 6 items of agenda. The least number in a special meeting is 6, because after all, you have to pray. If that is in your culture, you have to read the notice of the meeting. It's a must. You have to read it. You have to confirm quorum. You cannot say you can't. It is a must to confirm quorum. You have to adopt the agenda. That is obvious. You have to declare interest. Does anybody have interest in that agenda? Then the chairman has to welcome you to the meeting and give you comfort to deliberate. Then now you go to the specific items. And let me again remove another misconception that you cannot bring minutes to a special meeting. In fact, you can have a meeting convened just to confirm minutes. So what forms the special meeting? A special board meeting or committee is any meeting convened to deliberate on issues that cannot wait for the regular meeting that is in the almanac. And you may have minutes required before the other meeting. So any item that cannot wait for the regular meeting finds its space, including confirmation of minutes. The only thing you can never have in a special meeting is AOP. And the only thing, again, you cannot have are matters that can wait, and you are making a special meeting. Anything that is urgent as to require you to dispense with before the regular meeting can find space in. And once you have that special meeting, the minutes are confirmed together with others. Don't convene a special meeting that when you have a special meeting, you should have another special meeting to confirm. No. All minutes that you have, all the meetings you have had before a regular meeting, when you have your regular meeting, all of them, including the special ones, can be confirmed during the regular meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. That's what that you had something called governance audits. And one of the things that is checked in governance audits, whenever you find yourself having so many special meetings, there is already a problem. Because how come you are not able to capture those issues in your almanac? So it doesn't mean you cannot have special meeting, but there is a certain degree you are having too many special meetings, or meetings being adjourned. There is a serious problem, either with the group chair, or with the CEO, or the corporation secretary, or all of them combined. And Simon, is also important to note that the chairperson's welcome remarks is not, again, not a sermon. Neither is it there for us to deal with substantive issues and resolutions. Jonas, this person called corporation secretary, do you know them?
Thank you, FCS Karanja. Just before I say something about this corporation secretary, the chair of the session said earlier that I've had the privilege to support a number of my colleagues. So sometimes I get calls, particularly from my colleagues in state corporations, and asking me, Yoko, how do we deal with apologies in relation to payment of sitting allowance? Because they say, we had some board members who gave apology, and they are saying their spirit was willing to come. But the circumstances physically are not possible. So they are asking that we can send their sitting allowance through M-Pesa. And my friends, the word is sitting what? Allowance. You have to sit. If you don't sit, there is no allowance. And you are also not part of the quorum for the purpose of a valid meeting. If you are not part of the quorum for a valid meeting, why do you then want to earn an allowance? So please don't disturb the corporation secretary. Once you have given an apology, wait for the next meeting. Now, the thing I want to say here about the corporation secretary, this person is available to advise the board.
This person is available to guide the board on matters of procedure, on matters of governance, on matters of compliance with the law, on matters of compliance with policy. Please ensure when you are engaging a corporation secretary, that person must be a member of the institute, qualified, as FCS Karanja said earlier, and a member of the institute in good standing. That person must be a member in good standing, which means FCS Karanja has a minimum requirements on an annual basis in terms of continuous professional development hours that you must clock as a member of the institute. To make you a member in good standing, you have to pay your annual subscription. So all you need to do when you are in the process of recruitment, put a quick inquiry to FCS Karanja, and that will be answered in a matter of seconds. There must be members of the institute in good standing, and use them as board members. They are very well resourced persons to guide you in many areas that you may require: governance, policy, law, and so on.
Simon, in regard to what Joseph is saying, in some acts, specific acts of parliament, including the one we are talking about, which is very ironical, by the way, the CPSK Act talks about company secretaries, and the organization need to have company secretary. But the act itself, the CEO is also the secretary to the council, which is contradictory. And we're in the process of reviewing that. There is a bill called the Certified Governance Secretaries Bill 2023 that is dealing with that matter. But then I wanted to inquire, in our case as the CEO, I'm required to be the secretary to the council according to our act. How do we then comply with these requirements that every organization must have a corporate secretary?
Yeah, thank you so much, FCS Karanja. And we have that as a problem in some of our state corporations, but government has determined already. I think government moved ahead of ICS in terms of causing the review of the law. Because through Mongozo, which when we went through the first day, Mongozo has become part of Kenya's laws. We read that, and so many of you have asked for that and forwarded. If you need that judgment, you do yourself well to get it. Mongozo has clearly separated the role of the CEO from that of the corporation secretary. And whether your law has said the CEO is the secretary, yes, the CEO remains the secretary, but the corporation secretary or the corporate secretary, by whatever name, is a different person. So you would be the secretary to the board, but this professional, certified secretary, who is a member of the institute in good standing, helps you as the CEO or as the secretary to the board to professionalize provision of your function. And why we need that is that in case, for example, the biggest risk you have as a board is adulteration of minutes. Now, supposing your minutes are adulterated, you have a place you can report, and that person is removed from the role of secretary. So that is why the assurance function of the Institute of Certified Secretaries is important, that where a professional has misconducted themselves, for us, if we take them to the courts of law, it will stay there for 15 years without recourse. So the best we do, immediately you have misconducted yourself, the company seal or corporation seal has been misused, the minutes are adulterated, or so on. You are writing minutes in your vernacular. Then we report to the institute and they take immediate action. So for you, if you do not have a corporation secretary here, do not say it is the law. Don't blame the law. We know the law has issues, and that's why we have a state corporations miscellaneous amendment bill, which has tracked all the provisions in all the laws. And where there is CEO and secretary, we have already done, we have a draft bill which is with the AG. It's already actually on the floor of Parliament, and that is going to change. But before they change, don't blame the law, because Mwongozo has already provided. And for you, if you bring your HR instruments for approval, that is number one requirement. The role of the corporation secretary has to be separated from that of the CEO.
Thank you. I confirm even for us as the institute, that is really what we've done. We have a corporate secretary who supports the office of the CEO on matters, council affairs. It is to your own interest, board members, that you have a competent corporation secretary, just as we said earlier in terms of audit, internal auditor. Those two offices are for your own selfish interest. If you don't want to go to committee, those are the two offices that will save you from going to committee. Sometimes the CEO would want to ensure those offices are not empowered, but it is for your selfish interest that you have those two offices. And to come to a close, Jofes, what would you advise the board chairpersons who are here?
Thank you, FCS Karanja. I'm trying to look around and see whether I could see any faces of chairperson. You know, they are easily visible. And I've seen about 5, 6 of them there. Now, chairperson, you are the leader. You are in control of the meeting. You are supposed to guide discussions towards a specific conclusion. And you have to do that tactfully. Usitumie kifua. I know the chairperson is a powerful position, but please don't use those powers. Sometimes I have seen cases where a matter is tabled, and the chairperson says, ladies and gentlemen, just before I open it for debate, and I'm not speaking as a member of the board, I'm not speaking as chairman. Okay? You may want to note that in this matter, the blah, 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 and he gives his or her opinion. That is not the role of the chairperson. The chairperson ought to be a very patient person, a good listener, invite opinions, navigate those opinions towards the direction that you want the issues to be concluded, and please help the meeting to ensure that the agenda is not left hanging. You must ensure that you have helped to summarize the position of the agenda item in the manner in which you have listened to people making contribution, so that you do not have a war when you come to, you know, when you leave the corporation secretary hanging, the corporation secretary will begin imagining, I heard that Director A say this, the other one also spoke like this, maybe this is the direction. So the secretary begins to get into your mind to conclude the minutes. Chairperson, please help in concluding the agenda by summarizing the direction, so that if people have any different opinion, it will be resolved before the meeting ends.
Good. And for board members, just to remind you, and this has been said again and again, that we are non-executive board members, and therefore your work is in the boardroom. That one you need to go with it. Hope sometimes board members, and I know for state corporations now that have been resolved, we still have issues, especially in circles, where you want board members want to sign almost everything. So know that you are an executive. I think the rest you can read on your own. There is this character called Parkinson. Parkinson did two theories. One, he says that, this Parkinson's law, he says that work experts to fill the time available for its completion. That is to say, I can already see they are telling me within 5 minutes you must finish. If you check that and put a 0 after 5, you say we have 50 minutes. I can assure you, you still take the 50 minutes because that would be the time available. But now that they have told us it's 5 minutes only, within 5 minutes we must finish. Board members, if you take your board meetings and say our board meetings shall never take beyond 3 hours, because we normally say a good board meeting should never ever go beyond 3 hours. Tell your colleague there, our meeting will never ever go beyond 3 hours. Now, you are saying, is that really possible? Yes, it is possible. Because we have very big corporates here, including Safaricom and the rest, and they are making billions, if not trillions of money. And their meetings are 2 hours, 3 hours, and they are done. We have the company secretary of Stanchart here. He will tell you their meetings within 2 hours are done. Now, your state corporation is making losses, and you are still meeting the whole day. You are meeting to discuss losses. If you time your meetings that will take 2 hours, I can assure you they will take 2. And one of the ways you can do is let your corporation secretary tell you the agenda. Preliminaries, 5 minutes. So the corporation secretary is constantly reminding the chair. After the 5 minutes are over, and we have already exhausted our 5 minutes for this agenda. We go to the next one. Your meeting will take the time that you have allocated, because that is the time that is available. The facilitator here mentioned that I am a PhD student. I'm not the best of examples because that PhD I finished my coursework in 2016, and I'm still struggling. What I did is that as I was researching, I came across interesting research. Among them is that most of the people who are billionaires are actually school dropouts. So I decided to drop out of school, become a billionaire. After that, I go back to finish my PhD. But the other research I came across was that your health is also directly related to the number of hours you sit in those board meetings. For this, there is a research done in the US, Harvard University, in terms of executives who are always in meetings. You claim a lot of insurance because you are always having challenges with your back because you are ever in meetings. Board member, if you see your chair exhibiting meetings beyond 3 hours, that chairman of yours is attempting to commit suicide. Kindly advise them that in Kenya, the law has made it illegal to make an attempt to commit suicide. It's illegal. Tell your neighbor it's illegal to attempt. But interestingly, it's not illegal to succeed. If you commit suicide, it's not violating the rules of Kenya. You know that. So if that board chair of yours go and attempt to commit suicide alone, it should not involve you, because the longer you take in those boardrooms, the earlier you go to the other world. And we want you around here. Then Parkinson came with another theory, which he called the bike shed effect, or the Parkinson's law of triviality. And he makes assume in your boardroom you only have 2 agenda items. One first agenda, nuclear plant, assume for the purposes of this 20 billion shillings in terms of budget. That is what the CEO wants. You have put 20 billion. He says for this agenda, within 5 minutes, the board would have dispensed with it and approved. Why? Because the CEO first will call the nuclear engineer to come and make a presentation. Now, board members are not understanding anything from this. So the nuclear guy starts with very technical issues. Within the first 2 minutes, already board members are dozing because they are not understanding anything. So one of the board members raised their hand and asked, Chairman, what does the CEO want us to do with this proposal? What do you think the CEO say? Approve. Approve within a second. Chairman, I propose. The other one, 5 minutes, approved. Let's go to the next agenda. The next agenda is brought by the HR director. And the HR director is saying, Chairman, because all our staff members are coming in motorbikes here, we are having a problem in terms of a shade. So we need to construct a shade where they can be parking their motorbikes. So how much do you want? It says, I want to approve 20,000 shillings to make a shade. The board members will spend the next 2 hours there discussing about the bicycle shade. Engineer Kamau here, who is an engineer, will say, have you considered the angle at which the sun rises and sets? The other one will say, I supply iron sheet, and I know what you are putting there is activated. Sorry. What has happened? Is my 10 inches off, right? Yes, sorry. I know what it takes. It should not take beyond 15,000. So we discussed whether it's 20,000 or 15,000. For the next 2 hours, we are just discussing 20,000, 15,000. Which materials use which direction does the sun rise? Yeah. So eventually the board members approve the agenda after 2 hours, but then they decide we are cutting down that budget from 20,000 to 15,000. And everybody goes home very happy, smiling and bouncing, saying, this member CEO is used to stealing from this organization. Leo tumemwonyesha, tumekata hiyo budget na how much? 5,000. This 20 billion went untouched the same way they had asked. In one of the experiences that I've had in my early career as a company secretary, I was an outsourced company secretary, I had a practice firm. And then I attended this meeting. Took minutes very well, but in between the time when we took the minutes and the time we are presenting the minutes for adoption, one of the board members, assumed for purposes of this discussion, they are called Mrs. Kamau. They had checked their name because of many other domestic issues. So I presented my minutes very well, and members present, Mrs. Kamau. Then Mrs. Kamau is chairman. Character is calling me, are you the one who have married me? I don't know. In between this director had divorced. How was I supposed to know that? So we spent the next 2 hours discussing that. Secretary, we need to be very careful that we take minutes. I was looking at the chairman with eyes of mercy. This chairman protect me. I was very tiny. But I went for a whole 2 hours now. We started editing minutes, commas, everything. You have turned your board meetings to be editorial boards, editing minutes and commas. And after 2 hours, you think you have done something very fruitful. And you are very happy that your meetings take 10 hours, so you think you are very productive. I don't want to say you are doing nothing. That is homework. We will mark it in the next cohort. Simon, any comment on this house?
Oh, thank you, yes, currently. Just on the Parkinson's law of triviality. I need to just correct it. We have corrected before, but some state corporations are mistreating board members. Sometimes why meetings take very long, we have learned that some state corporations, they say, you are only paid sitting allowance if your meeting ends after 12. Sasa agenda moja inaanza saa 3, members wanajikaanga hapo wakitafuta 12. That's wrong. I think the management kama huko hapo hapana. Hata mkutano ikianza saa 2 na isha saa 3, lunch inafanya nini? Inalipwa. Why do you look like you're doubting me? I'm the secretary of staff. Lunch, even if the meeting ends at 7, lunch, every time there is a committee meeting or a board meeting, lunch is paid. Because those people, kama mtu anatoka Lamu amekuja Nairobi mkutano ikiisha saa 1, ataenda kula kwake Lamu? No. Anywhere you come from. So it is not corruption. Here is corruption. We are saying you are doing the same. I'm just helping FGS Calendar to say the meeting should take not more than 3 hours because you are only considering matters that have reached recommendation stage. So the issue of, and we know those ones, CEO please pay members sitting allowance. No, lunch allowance. Okay, this guy, if I was asking Professor is my brother Professor Mushai here, the DC of Karatina University. You left? On my left? Oh, can you come? No, it's good to say that he's a very, can you appreciate Prof? You know, this man is MUCAI, Professor Mushai. This guy has done a fantastic job. And Professor Gishaka is the chair. Now, just come back. This guy, how is he? Good. I want to use him and Professor Gishaka to explain something here. Those two guys, in 2015, when we launched the first Mongozo election, we had somebody from where I started my work life. I started my work life in Loyangalani in Marsabit. Very many kilometers. We used to take almost 12 hours from Marsabit to Loyangalani on the shores of Lake Turkana. It was a division headquarters. So I was teaching on internal controls in 2015, and I was sent 6 photos by a gentleman from there, and with Jen Mugambi, who today my former CEO will be the one doing the closure. He's called Jen Mugambi. So we got photos of these little guys. And if you saw the last photo of that girl, the one seated, you think she's from Asylum. Now, this guy says this to demonstrate what is called governance, the role of the board and the CEO. And that's why I have brought Professor Mushai as the CEO. You see the little girl standing there, that's Professor Mushai. If it was a lady, most of you would start imagining. So I'm happy. It is Professor Mushai. And the lady seated down there is the chair of the board, Professor Gishai. Can we also appreciate Prof? Now, we have been talking about the role of the board and the role of the management, and we want to sum it up through those photos. The persons there, these are very little guys. In Longalani, you find the Nile, the Molo. I was a program officer for Christian Children's Fund, CCF in Massachusetts. Now, this, what you see, let us look at Professor Gishaka seated there. A good chair. And you can see a good board. We just want to look at 3 characteristics of Professor Gishaka. And this guy, the way he is seated is almost the same way that guy is seated. You can see trust. Look at the way Miguu imefungwa. That demonstrates confidence. The chair has confidence, total confidence in the management. Trust. If I have no confidence, I think you are doing bad things, I will sit like this. Just in case I be on my feet. But you can see trust that you know what you are doing. And you look at the mouth. The mouth of that guy is shut, not giving instructions. I am leaving you as the CEO to do what you know best as a professional. Very good, Professor Richard. No talking, no interfering. Let the executive do their job. But see what Professor Gishaka is holding. A mirror that is on real-time basis. If there be anything going wrong, I can cause remedial action on real-time basis, not after 2 years, because I have the mirror. What is that mirror? The role of the internal auditor. The internal auditor is not part of management. The internal auditor is independent, it's a tool of the board. So on real-time basis, the internal auditor is informing the board that, hey, I can assure you, your management is executing your decisions right, appropriating resources correctly, on real-time basis. Can you appreciate Professor Gishaka? That's a good chair. Now we come to my brother. How is he doing it? Is he getting it wrong? Number one, the CEO is not competing. Where I come from, where you find a mother seated on a kitimoto, you will find the daughter seated on a stool. I need also to be comfortable. But look, kanda ya mkono, we have agreed. My job is to work hard. So the CEO is standing, not sitting. You have to dirty your hands, execute program. Work hard. So working hard then. Number 2, look at focus. You can see that girl, even the people taking photos, she's not focused on core business. No distractions. Focus 100% on core business. Number 3, she's not asking irrelevancies. How do I do this? You can see her mouth also, she's just doing what she knows professionally, not trying to get scapegoats. And most importantly, look at what she is holding on her hands, just a stick from a ticket. That's what they use. Use of available resources. Most CEOs, and why I chose on this guy, he does a lot using very little. You hardly hear of Karatina University, atuna pesa nini, they are paying everything. We map out universities. There are those who cannot pay even statutory deductions. They are up to debt. They pay all their statutory deductions. They are not owing anything within the resources. They are utilizing available resources to do your work. No excuse that we have not done this because of resources. Those are the qualities we expect. And Karatina, you're doing us proud, my brother. Thank you very much. Oh, he wants to say something. Thank you.
I want to confirm that whereas Professor Gishaga was a very successful Vice Chancellor, he is not trying to be a Vice Chancellor at Karatina University.
Wow!
He is mentoring and guiding the current Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, can we appreciate those Ermolo girls? If you meet them, that was 2015, it is almost how many years later, that would be a lady that is already married and having children. Because huko atungojai sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. And it's like, I don't want to comment. FCS Yogo, any parting shots on this issue of meetings?
Thank you very much. My parting shot, ladies and gentlemen, go back to your respective state corporations, handle the meeting properly, make sure you achieve the results of the outcome of the meeting, let each party do their role and support one another for the sake of our state corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you put whatever you have.
I think we have done very well on that subject matter. Holding effective meetings as a subject is a very dry subject if we are not careful. But I think the approach has brought up the issue very well, and the discussions have really been lively. So we appreciate you very much. Thank you. Now, it's already past 11, and I want to make a proposal that we don't ask questions now, you allow, because the next session will be the Uliza Ujibiwe. Is that agreeable? Yes. And we'll still be very fresh in our minds on what we want to ask regarding this particular subject matter. So, thank you very much. I think you have brought in very many things. And you have proved that holding effective meetings is a technical subject from a governance point of view, not from engineering point of view, not from an accounting point of view, not from a medical point of view. You have also, again, indicated to us that writing minutes is also a technical subject matter. Again, not from the perspective I've mentioned. It is not everyone who has gone to school, with due respect, who has scored an A in English, who can write good minutes. Good minutes are written in a certain order, so that you are able to achieve what we are calling effective meetings. And then the last one is the prayers. Very, very interesting. The prayers issue need to be factored in well and be used well, so that we don't fail in terms of what we are going to do. So this was a very good finishing, and we appreciate you all. Please allow me to appreciate our inspector here. I know I call her inspector, for chairing all the sessions from yesterday. Tumefanya kazi nzuri. Pia Madam Mugo, with Madam Mogo more than 30 years ago. And when we met here, I kept on looking at her. I wasn't sure whether my memory was playing around with me, because we have not met for all this time. And then, if you saw me pass a note to her, the note was asking her whether we used to work for the same organization. And she only ticked the organization. And then my mind now rewound very well, and I was able to spot her very well. She almost looked like the way she looks. So I don't know what she has been eating, but that's a personal matter. But I think it's a reference point anyway. So thanks so much. Let's proceed for a cup of tea and be back at 11:30 so that we proceed. Let's get into the next session, which is Uliza Ujibiwe, cohort 3. Your class is cohort 3. From the report we have, the written report, is that we have about 61 questions, which have been documented. And so the procedure will be that they are going to be answered. We know that some of them could be repeated, and so we know how to treat them so that all the questions are answered. So we begin with the questions which are written, and then we will open the floor so that if there will be any extra questions which will not have been addressed, the members can have an opportunity of asking those questions. And so, without much ado, I wish to request FCS Simon Indimuli to come forward. And then, from my chair, or from our panel here, of the chairman or chairpersons of the sessions, we delegate to you the duty of coordinating all the speakers so that all the questions are addressed and any other questions which will come. So, Karibu-san, I don't know how much we are giving you, but how much time we are giving you, but we can see whether we can be done in about 45 minutes or there. Asante-san, Karibu-san.
Thank you so much, FCS Wamboa, session chair, and all other presiding session chairs. Good morning once more, class. We are going to take the questions, and they are very interesting. In fact, this will be the most interesting part of the training. And kionjo kidogo from the questions that have been asked, I will take on question number 2 and possibly question number 10 and question number 62. Question number 2. One thing I want somebody to moderate, where is the zero? Nobody will stand here for more than 5 minutes. So you stand, you answer the questions very quickly. Ukionyeshwa zero, unasimamia hapo. So I start. Question number 2. For insurance benefits, are we entitled to optical and medical? As with my new policy, they are not included. They were before the renewal. Now, insurance, medical cover for board members. What you are given in the government policy is the ceiling. If it's inpatient, not more than 2 million. Whatever you can include there is the institution. You can include anything optical, maternity, kila kitu, as long as the ceiling is observed. Question number 10. Is alternate director of parent ministry sits in all committees? I clarified that yesterday. Government policy is that every member sits in not more than 2 committees, except for the National Treasury and the parent ministry. Those ones can sit in as many committees because they represent the shareholder. Question number 54. Can alternate members be appointed as chairpersons of committees? Again, it was clarified by circular, the circular of 11th March 2020, that any board member can chair any committee. However, when appointing chairpersons, give priority to independent. but still the alternates can chair without being in breach of any law. And question number 62, which is among the ones that have just come, can a board hold volunteerism meetings? Hiyo ni kusema, yani board members wamesema in brackets without sitting allowance. Never, please, as a CEO, don't allow that at all. Don't, because we have a board which sued, 2 members sued government. There was a contingent liability. They said, the institution said, oh, we do not have money, therefore we shall be sitting for free. Then after 3 years, I think the 2 members got broke and sued. And you cannot have minutes. Members have sat in a meeting with minutes which you have implemented and they say in volunteer. Watakuja kuitisha. Saa hii wako rich. So we do not want that. If you want extra meetings, why should it be volunteerism? If there's a meeting, it means there is need. Therefore, ask for special meeting. Yeah. Serikali haifanyiwangi kazi ya bure. No. So, whoever that is, please ask for special meetings. It means you have need. Ask the CS of the parent ministry. They come to SCAC, and that's one thing that we don't sleep on. The same day, consent, because we do not want to again become a barrier to decision making. So ask for special meetings, no volunteering. I start off with FCS Karanja. Come, pick your questions, and the rest, please mark those questions so that you don't come to repeat. Thank you. Welcome, FCS. Take the mic here.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon, for that is question number 3. Can state corporations board members take professional indemnity cover paid for by the corporation? The answer is capital no. Currently not allowed. However, should you feel that you want to take, you can take privately, but the state corporations are not allowed to do so. That is related to another question, number 19. Whose duty is it to secure professional indemnity insurance cover? That is related that the organization cannot take for you the insurance cover. Question number 30. What is your take on the CEOs who keep on dropping the names of CS or PS? That is to say, whenever there is a discussion and saying, pretending he is talking to the PS. Yes, Waziri. So that is bad manners. What do you think? And not only for CEOs, even board members who want to intimidate the rest, keeping on. How are you, Your Excellency, in the middle of the board meeting, so that you see we are connected? I think those are the items allocated to me.
Let us have Leonard Asher. Next, do you have any questions? Okay.
And 40. 39 is a general question.
Oh, you can't hear you very well. Hold the mic closer.
Okay. Question 39, general question. I'm disturbed to be hearing and confirmation that Singapore used our brains to become a developed country. My question is, what then are we not doing to enable our country to do? Well, I know you know the answer to this question. We all know the elephant in the room. My humble submission is that the intellectual horsepower in that country is also here. With no shadow of doubt. The competences are also here. We have done many things wrong, and we're still doing them. However, they say that their own ideas are not original. They have been students of other countries. You pick what is working somewhere and put in your context. But on a general scale, they talk about long-term planning as a priority, just being futuristic. Number two, top on the list is zero tolerance for corruption. And you know as much as I do that there's nothing corruption can destroy. However big an institution is, corruption can bring death. Number two, long-term planning. Number three, social cohesiveness. And then they have an issue of what we call meritocracy, to ensure that strategic positions are not only held by people who are just going to line, but they are very competent, they have the resources, they have the wherewithal in terms of capacity and ability. So my humble suggestion to this question is, now that you have the opportunity to serve where you are serving, you see a country can be transformed holistically at the same time. Transformation takes place pocket by pocket, sector by sector. So where you are in your smaller way, if you can really endeavor to do what is appropriate in your capacity, however small that change is, in the long term it will have an impact, or it can become a reference point. Okay? But meanwhile, you can also look for the book called From Third World to First World. It's a very interesting read. It will give you a lot of insights on the journey. Then question number 14. It was mentioned we must align. Must we, it was mentioned that we must align strategic plans with each successive government. How practical is this? Please run us through how we do it if practical. Now, you're aware every government has an agenda and areas of focus. I think it is important, first of all, look at the mandate of your state corporation, which is anchored in the law, the mandate. Okay? Then number 2, look at the pillars that the government wants to focus on. So that now you look at the manifesto, the prevailing manifesto, in the context of your mandate, and see how you can align your plan to ensure that you are speaking to those specific areas in terms of contribution. However, I would recommend that you should consider that your plan should have an entrepreneurial angle. When I mean entrepreneurial angle, I mean it is adding value. Don't focus on administrative issues that don't have a long-term impact. But let's be an element of enterprise, where there's a bit of transformation on creating value for the stakeholders. Thank you.
Then actually we can do better. At this time, I welcome FCS Maindi.
I'll attempt questions number 7, 35, and 51. Number 7 indicates that internal auditor will be guided by policies like IPPF, International Professional Practice Framework, audit standards. What's your advice if the audit policy standards conflict with UGOSO? I should observe that rarely will they conflict, but in case we found a conflict, I think just bring it up to us, and together with SCAP, we can look at UGOSO and see whether there's anything that we need to change. That is how I will respond to that. 35. For 35, where should risk management be done inside? I don't know whether you are talking about in terms of committees or in terms of what, but it is in terms of committees. In most cases, it has been put together with internal audit. So I think maybe the Auditor General can comment on that. Let me go to question number 51. Can the government audit cover the legal audit sections since it also includes compliance with laws and regulations? Several audit can be exposed to an organization. Now, what we have found from a number of state corporations that have attempted government audit, in most cases, they are actually taken into as legal and government audit. In that situation, I should observe that most of what is governance may have been lost in the legal audit aspects, because when you look at the qualifications of the consultants, they start saying to be a lawyer of this standing and then assistant lawyers. So they gravitate towards legal audit. Now, if you look at UGOSO, I think some section 35 or something like that, it talks about legal audits in 2 aspects. There can be an internal legal audit, where if you're a legal team, they're allowed to carry on some semblance of audits on an annual basis. But the recommendation from UGOSO is that independent legal and compliance audits should take place after every 2 years. So those are definitely different from governance audits. Now within governance audit, there is some section on compliance with laws and regulations, but it's not the same depth as when you do legal and compliance audit. So please request that. Just the same way Mongozo attempts to separate them, please maintain them separate. Thank you.
I think FCS Maingi dealt with question 35, and it's important just to make it clear because risk management can be confusing at times, and like he indicated, when you are dealing with the risk, because the person who does risk assurance in an institution is the internal auditor. So all issues of risk assurance would be with the internal auditor, and it would be in the audit committee. The audit committee does risk assurance. But when it comes to the management of risk, you know very well that the person who manages risk is who? Yeah? CEO. The manager of risk is the CEO. So you do not take now the management of risk to the audit committee, because the audit committee, in fact, the CEO is not a member of the audit committee. So issues of risk management, because it's the CEO who manages risk with his managers. So when it comes to how they are managing risk, they report to a committee where the CEO is, where the CEO sits and prosecute matter. So audit committee will do the risk assurance, but risk management will be to a committee where the CEO, and I have seen most state corporations have tended to take risk management to the committee responsible for strategy, because the biggest risk you have in the institution is the strategy. So it's very important to get those two right: risk assurance with audit committee and risk management resident where risk management then reports, okay? So I think it's important just to clarify that. I want to welcome the Auditor General, because they're very close to what we are giving.
Thank you, Simon. I also thank you for the membership and the board that has come. The questions are good, and I tell you, this is what we want. We want such feedback, because this is actually learning has taken place when you find people are informed more on what you are saying. From the Office of Auditor General, we have got a number of questions. I think those are the areas that maybe your name is not understood so much. We have question number 5. Please clarify on the matters of quarterly audit statement. Should this form part of the audit committee report or the board, or should it be given to a main board? What we see is that a case of any report, whether financial, whether annual, whether quarterly, should not go directly to the board. It should be first of all with the audit committee. That is where you have the secretariat, that is the name of the internal auditor, having done the various testings to see whether the figures and the facts and the issues that are given as a report are credible. After that, the audit committee will discuss it as part of the agenda and then come up with resolution of the committee now to take to the board in the form of a board paper. So every audit, whether quarterly, whether even it's an assignment that you have given internal auditor, should be taken to the audit committee for the audit committee to thrash out the areas, the excesses, and then give the audit committee a paper that is meant for them to make a decision. I was told to indulge on number 7, Mr. Wendy had also talked about it on internal auditor. They are regular by policies on IPF, it is true. And the question is, what is your advice if the audit policy standard conflict with Mongozo? It will be on very rare occasions that an internal audit policy will conflict with Mongozo. Because in Mongozo, we have this governance, code of governance, and internal auditor is part of such governance personally proper. So in the process of, if there is at any one point a conflict between IPPF and Mongozo, then you know that IPPF is based on international perspective, that is across the globe of what is supposed to be done. But Mongozo has now drawn that into a Kenyan perspective. Localization, the policies that are there with the IPPF has been localized into Kenya and embedded in the Mongozo. Even so with any other standard, even on audit. So we have IPPF with the international professional conduct for internal auditors. Then the process, the areas of international perspective is brought, and the Mongozo now come up with a code of governance and behavior. So most likely, if there will be any conflict, then it will be somebody might be interpreting the Kenyan perspective from an international perspective, which is not really a conflict per se. We also have question number 24. How do you address a situation where a member of the board does not allow separation of membership of the finance and the audit committee? It should not happen. But what we are told by Mongoso as a code of ethics that we may have people we may have a board that is not properly constituted or may not make all the committees for reasons of the numbers. It's not only in that position that you can combine, but you are not combining for finance issues to be done by a finance committee. A body member should always give that separation of power, separation of functions, that an audit committee is supposed to be given assurance. So when we put it in finance and we decide where to raise the means of getting money, they cannot come under the same board again where another part of an auditor and then start interrogating what they have done. So at all times, even if the board is not properly constituted, we are told the audit committee is a must. Because it is the eyes of the board. It is the committee that is going to be checking on the excesses of the management or even the proper operations of the organization on behalf of the board, now that the board will not be sitting in the management for that matter. And that's where it cannot become very key. And I think it has been believed here so much by Ujibiwe that internal auditor should be safeguarded, almost to be selfishly safeguarded. They are the quasi-board member in management. So always let the internal auditor be very independent, be a person of proper professionalism, be a very high level of management so that you can oversee against the excesses of the management and report to the board. Where should risk management be domiciled? I think you have just highlighted that, which is very true. Please take the internal auditor to be giving assurance. Assurance is when it has been done, has it been done right? When the structures are in place, are the structures working? But if he can poke his hands into making the structures, then he loses the morality of questioning the same. So as much as possible, risk management is a lot of management. Management can come with its own teams or the heads of department to ensure that risk is mitigated or risk is also justified when there is one. But the auditor, internal auditor should come and give assurance to the board whether it is happening or whether it is happening properly. Number 36, audit done in secondary schools to say the least locally. Is it possible for an auditor general also to cover schools noting the monies that they receive? I think this is just an issue that has already been taken over by the office of the auditor general. I will tell you from this question, the auditor general is now auditing all the schools, the auditor general is auditing all the tickets, the auditor general is auditing all the tertiary institutions and also the teachers training colleges. Everywhere there is money from the government, auditor general is supposed to be the auditor. So the school audit that used to audit from the Ministry of Education is no longer the one to give the certification. I remember they were not giving certification, they were just saying whether figures and facts are right without giving any opinion. So even right now, we have also come up with a team which is actually moving out with comments to do the audit of secondary schools. So this one has been covered already in our office. We have a question number 38. If an organization needs a forensic fraud done, what is the procedure for getting a firm on board? I know even my colleague here from EAC is also maybe may answer about that. But in our office, we are structured in department. We have a department of forensic audit, which audit. Okay, you remember this? I want to give an example. When you had a piece of stone bought for a grave or a cemetery, do you remember that? The Kenyan government bought a stone, a piece of stone, maybe you go over there for a cemetery finish. You can imagine that audit. It was done by our office, the NYS, or any other. We have done so many other audits. So you are called upon to go to the office of the Auditor General and seek for the external auditors to do the forensic audit. We can sometimes team up with the DCI, we can team up with the C, and then we get the audit. So you can go to the office of the General and get somebody to do the audit. Simply, you can also work again, if it is within your purview, to do a consultancy for the forensic auditors for your work. But this asking for more time because I was so many questions.
We shall call you again.
Yeah.
We shall call you again. I think that they are showing 0, which means 5 minutes are over. At this point, I want to welcome, CS Dr. Ken Wayne Mutuma.
Board members, I will attempt to respond to the first question. Is the integrity officer a new concept? And who should ideally be, and who should that ideally be in the organizational structure? Now, what is happening in the field of corporate governance is we are, my mic is off. Can you hear me now? Okay. So we have, this field of corporate governance has been accused of one thing. Always been
the way you are holding the mic. Let it be like this, not down, up, like this.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm holding it like, you know, the young people say a rapper. All right, yeah, so we are always one step behind. What that means is that reality gives play to positions that were previously not anticipated. In fact, the talk today is not about the integrity officer. The talk today is about what they call a futures officer. Because we went through the COVID pandemic, and many organizations, they realize the importance of profits inside their entities. People can see and anticipate what you call black swan events and then adjust accordingly. So the integrity officer also came up because of scandals and many things that were happening in the world of corporate governance. And ideally, this function is within the governance function. You see, Mogozo has one of the committees that is solely dedicated to governance. And then connecting with what FCS Dr. Mali had said earlier, of course, this idea of the corporate secretary and then being a custodian of governance issues, this kind of position will also be there. Now, there is a very, very controversial question here, question number 9. And somewhere I will invite FCS Dimoni to speak to it. Kenyans keep asking how people get into boards. It appears this is a club. Is it possible to have at least half the board members in Niobi, what we call in the law word prayers, my prayers, you're my Lord? Half the board members competitively recruited. Now there is the basis of this is Article 10, Article 73, and Article 232. Remember when we were looking at ethics, integrity and leadership, we went to the Constitution, we see that it lays a bare minimum of who should actually end up in public leadership and so forth. There is a decision, I'm not going to discuss very much, by Katiba Institute. I think it's 2018 that recently came out, about 2021, 2022. And that decision was it sent very powerful ramifications, actually even political ramifications that I think only the Honorable Secretary of State can speak to. Essentially, it quashed a very, very long list of people who had been appointed. And it used those articles to say that, that there was a constitutional violation of what had taken place. I believe there was an appeal that went to that decision. Now, here, we are in the realm of what we call asking ourselves, who is all of this for? Every president uses the powers that are inside the State Corporations Act, and when defined in Mogozo, how is he acting? And on whose behalf is he acting? Now, I will let you delve into the world of politics. When we say Wanjibo, who is Wanjibo? And of course, we know that state corporations do not just exist without some kind of hierarchical framework of accountability. I think I had the President was having a discussion with His Excellency the Prime Cabinet, and he said that a certain number of years down the line, I am going to face people. And he said, I think that that chain goes all the way, because he was also telling His Excellency the Prime Cabinet Secretary that what you will do with state corporations and 1.3 trillion, even you will have to face me before I face the other people. Let me pause there. I know there are a few other questions. I can take them later on. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
And called is court officers and board members has been canvassed in courts of law, and especially in the Katiba Institute versus government, the AG, Public Service Commission, and so on, is one judgment that threatened the foundations of our boards. An appeal was made, and what I can say is that mechanisms government is still discussing within itself on how to properly then come to that space of competitive recruitment. But for now, the law allows the president to make appointments of chairpersons, and then the cabinet secretaries to make appointments. So that is still being worked out for now. But where the law has provided for competitiveness, like now public universities, we have no. There, the chairperson and members are competitively recruited. So also what is happening is that the other laws are being aligned to the Constitution, where it is a requirement that all public offices should be filled openly and competitively. So I think that is quite clear. And there are two questions here. Question number 13, very simple ones. Will we have the slides of the presentations? The answer is yes. Immediately after you get your certificates, as you finish having your lunch, you check your email, you'll have all these presentations on your email address, assuming you have put the correct email address. They are there for you. Another question is question number 14, which I know most of my colleagues may fear to answer because it's really government. A director from National Treasury, question number 14, a director from National Treasury overrules the whole board, and on several occasions, even in instances where the rest of the board is right, are there ways of checking this? Now, this is very political, and I know I have very many colleagues from Treasury here, and I would say that the National Treasury represents the shareholder. Does it grant the National Treasury powers to veto decisions being made? The answer is no. So the role of the person of the National Treasury is to guide, just like the parent ministry, and even when the inspector attends, they are there to guide the board and say, hey, look here, you are about to make this decision. We have this policy, or we have this law on this matter. Please note that we may be contravening. You are guiding. And when the board proceeds to make the decision, then that person will say, on this one, I want to be recorded, because there is liability directly to them. But they cannot veto. They cannot be an obstacle in decision making. Kusema, hapo atuendi. No, that is bad manners. The board is there to make decisions and to be held accountable for the decision. So you cannot be an inspector of state corporation or the parent minister or treasurer and say, we are not going, because that's what this question is saying. That's out of order. But the person should make the advice clear, and if you proceed to make the decision notwithstanding that advice, then they simply cause their advisory on that specific matter to be recorded. Another one that I saw, okay, I think the other ones are not that bad, members will take them. I'm looking around because I usually want our colleague from ESCC to be the last when he comes again. But because he has many questions. Let's welcome Luke Vincent. He has done a good job. I know you hate ESCC, but this guy has executed himself very well. My brother Vincent.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me again to respond to some of the questions. I think I'll start with question 1 and add my voice to what Dr. Mpuma said. Is the integrity officer a new concept? No. We have a public service integrity program, which was initiated in the year 2000. It is still operational. It forms the basis for integrity assurance training, which we carry out as ESCC. the Leadership and Integrity Act, as well as the performance contracts that you sign, have an anti-corruption indicator that requires you to not only train, but also establish integrity units managed by integrity assurance officers, who should ideally be in the organization. The guidelines that we have issued indicate that an integrity assurance officer should be a middle level manager who is trained and certified by the Commission. We have a 5-day training for such officers because they help you to mainstream prevention measures in the institution. Number 6, is there an integrity issue? If there is an integrity issue around a CEO capture from the parent ministry, what is the correct procedure to do with this as a board? If you have reasonable suspicion and information that the CEO is compromised, unethical, please report the matter to EACC so that we independently investigate and recommend appropriate measures. Question 21. Is there room for those with bad ethics record to relieve themselves, say after 10 years when the offense is erased? At what time do we determine that they have a bad ethics record? From the law's legal perspective, if somebody has been convicted of an offense of corruption, the law provides them to be barred from holding public office for a period of 10 years, after which they are free to consider. But you see these things follow you everywhere. How do you manage negative energy in the name of whistleblowing, considering that this is a negative implication in the image of an institution? Worse still, when some board members fall prey, it is a right, a requirement under the law to whistleblow. It's a form of reporting of corruption. Let the independent agencies like EACC determine whether there was negative energy or not, because if we want to say that people are getting energy by reporting cases, that would not help the situation. We have seen cases where people whistleblow the wrong things, we do investigations, and we recommend closure of such cases. I think there was also something under the Attorney General, and a bill was being presented before Parliament around false claims. So when people make false claims around other people, then there must be legal redress. I don't know to what extent that has been done. Probably we can take it up in the office of the AG. A question on international procurement. I wish this would have been done by the team from PPRA, but the question is that state corporations required to procure goods from outside the country. What is the best procuring system? Open tender, obviously, international. We put it international because we want people from outside to bid. Unless, of course, there are other considerations where you need to do restricted tendering or other processes. Now, finally, I think, why is it that when EACC confiscate laptops from organizations, they own them for more than 2 months? How do they expect the organization to work? Why not retrieve information and return the laptop? Well, we usually take up some of these records as a matter of investigation, and in our chain of custody, we ensure that such exhibits are properly kept to the extent that the investigative process requires. So where you see you require such documentation back to your institution, you are free to engage the commission to see what can be done. Specifically on laptops, of course now we have ICT forensic capabilities that can mirror these laptops to be able to return them back. So if you have specific cases, please, you are free to consult the commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can appreciate that. That's indeed good. we have a few minutes still. I'll handle question number 30. Question number 17. What is the minimum academic qualification and age to be appointed board chairperson and director? Minimum qualification under Mwongozo is a degree, and the minimum age is usually above 18. I think once you meet those ones, that is it. But now there are specifics, like if you want to be a chair under law, under the Universities Act, if you have to be a chair, for example, for a university council, you need to have a PhD. Those are, but the basic ones in Mwongozo is just you should be an Kenyan adult above 18 and holding at least a degree. Question number 20. Is it true that SCAC aims at having a uniform structure for all state corporations? And if so, is it feasible to have a fit-all structure, bearing in mind that state corporations have different mandates and business models? The truth of the matter is SCAC is not determined to form or create a uniform structure. That's not true, but SCAC has a mandate to determine the governance structures. For example, the governance structures we have in state corporations are for the board, the place of the board, which we are doing here, the place of the CEO, which we are doing here, the place of the internal auditor, and the place of the corporation secretary. Those are what we call the governance organs. So SCAC will say the board should be at the helm, and you cannot remove the board from there in your structure. Number two, the CEO is the only one who executes, is the chief executing officer. You do not have several other people reporting to the board. There is only one executing officer. So that's a governance structure. Then the SCAC says the internal auditor should report functionally to the board and be at not less than grade 2 in the structure. That's a governance policy. What? If you go to Lenin was talking about Singapore. If you go to countries that, and Singapore is the best in the world for managing SOEs. If you go to Singapore, the board appoints only 2 staff. The CEO at grade 1 and the internal auditor at grade 1. There are 2 of them like CEO. So in Singapore, the CEO is charged with the responsibility of executing our programs and appropriating resources. And the internal auditor, the same grade, to oversee the auditee, because the CEO is the auditee. So you can't have the auditee at a lower level. And that's one problem we are having with universities. We are going to have a very serious conversation, because you cannot have a vice chancellor at grade 20 as it is. And the person who audits that person, because the CEO is the auditee, the auditor who audits the auditee is in grade 13 or grade 14. You have already destroyed the fundamentals, the fabric of internal control. How can a person who is in grade 13, Vice Chancellor Professor Muchai, akiingia grade 20, anaingia kwa internal auditor is at attention, yes sir. And this is the person to audit. So in Singapore, they create the 2 of them. Another equivalent of Professor Muchai, akiingia kwa internal auditor, kama internal auditor is having his work. I'm like, oh, Prof, take a cup of tea, take a seat there, you know. That is how it is. So we insist, and that's, I know where that question is coming from. That one is fit, because it's not based on this is the person auditing your auditee. So, starting is that's a governance structure. So that person provides assurance to the board that your affairs are in proper hands, being managed well. Then we come to the corporation secretary. Again, SCAC insists the corporation secretary is not a conveyor belt of your papers going to the board. No, the corporation secretary provides assurance to you that what is coming to you shall not expose you legally. So that's another governance. So those governance structures for SCAC, they are uniform. But then now you do the rest to develop the other structures that you want, to enable you to deliver on your mandate. I want to welcome FCS Karate.
When a board makes mistakes based on lack of knowledge or information, does the wrongdoing go on record and held against board, or will assistance to correct given and the corrections go on record? Maybe one of the questions is where you're talking about the corporation sector, because by the time you are making wrong decision based on wrong information, probably you don't have proper person in that office. And therefore papers come directly from heads of directorates, sometimes even don't pass through committees, show up to the board meeting. I can assure you make so many mistakes. And ignorance of the law is not defense. However, the act that ignorance of facts is actually a defense. That does not absorb you completely, especially where it was within your powers to ensure you get the right information. So have you put the structures in place to ensure you get the right information? If you've done so, then management goes on and give you wrong information based on which you make wrong decision and did it in good faith. Then the rest is for the CEO and his management team. Alright, then the other thing is, please clarify on the issue of chairman's voting status. We say that the chair does not vote. What happens in the case of a tie? I think the point was, there are two votes. And by the way, this is different from those of you who work in companies, because some of the state corporations are created under the Companies Act. Under the Companies Act, the chairman has two votes. One is called deliberative vote, and the other one, casting vote, meaning that when you are discussing, board members are discussing, because the chairman represents shareholders in that meeting, is a shareholder probably, so he votes together with the rest of the directors. But should there also be a tie, the chairman will also do something we call casting votes to break the tie. What we are saying that the State Corporations Act, Section 8, the chairman has not been given the deliberative vote. He is only given the casting vote. So the chairman only votes in the case of equality of votes, what we are calling a tie, and he only votes to break the tie. So when the rest of the directors are voting, you don't vote together with them, but should there be a tie, then you can vote. However, let me add this. When you see you voting, especially quite often, there is already a serious governance challenge in your boardroom, because what you are creating in the boardrooms, Kenya Kwanza, na hiyo ingine ni Azimio. And when you start that habit of voting, wherever there comes a decision to be decided on, members of Kenya Kwanza will vote on one side, and Azimio will vote on the other. And it's because you as the chair, you already told them that we make decisions in this boardroom via voting. So it's highly discouraged. It's provided for in the law. That is okay, it's within your legal mandate. However, it's not encouraged that you make your decisions through voting. You make your decision through consensus. But should there be a reason why you have to vote, that's where we are talking about the casting votes. Who calls a committee meeting? The chair of the committee or the secretariat, or also who sets the agenda, and it be done in collaboration with the chair of the committee. Who calls committee meetings? One, the State Corporations Act, again, Section 7, states this, that the chairman, in consultation with the CEO. So the chairman cannot decide that there will be a meeting, because that is, meetings have financial implication. And who is the accounting officer? The CEO. So Section 8 of the State Corporations Act talks of the chairman in consultation with the CEO, because also is the CEO who ideally knows there are these items that require meetings. However, because we talked about a board work plan, already has been determined by the board itself that next year, these are the meetings we are going to hold. You had approved your board almanac, and even they will be held on this and this date. So it becomes very easy. So, in actual sense, you hear phrases like things on the ground are different. In actual sense, it's just a routine thing where the corporation secretary we will discuss with the CEO and the chairman before sending a notice. But in practice, you had already approved the same through our plan. It's option 0. When I get time, I'll finish the rest.
Items from a board perspective procedure that there has been a replacement of new directors because the previous was sacked, and the new members don't want to associate themselves with the decisions of the previous board. Let me urge you, ladies and gentlemen, that when you come to the board, come with an open mind. Don't come with a decided decision that that board did wrong and it was good they went away. Please come with an open mind. If you have doubt about some of those decisions they made, you can review them in good faith. But don't review them with the feeling that they did the wrong. You are the one who is coming to correct. You may be to attempt to correct and they do more wrong. So always be very careful around that. Then there was the issue that my colleague Vincent from ESCC had mentioned about the CEO with an integrity issue. From a board perspective, I know Vincent said report to ESCC for investigation. But I want to also tell you this. As a board, the law has given you a mandate for proper management of the business of the state corporation. Don't just do the reporting. Take it through your board process and board procedure and be sure that it warrants reporting before. Don't just pick it and report directly. Go through a board procedure because you have the mandate. You are the people who have the answers. You are the people who have the responsibility to ensure things within the state corporations are done properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First, let me just emphasize the issue of meetings because it is giving us already lots of problems. There is one chairperson who actually issued a notice and signed last week. That is execution. So I think that question is very important. The chair will not call for the meeting. The chair will, in consultation with the CEO, determine. But the law is clear. If you read it, it says the board shall determine when and how, where to meet. That is the basis of the almanac. The law says the board shall, if you read section, it's very clear. The board shall determine. And in the absence of the board resolution on when to meet, now, where you want to meet outside the almanac, then it is the chairperson in consultation with the CEO. And then once they have agreed, then the secretary, the corporation secretary, issues the notice. The question I would want to take is question number 23. What is the nexus between SCAP and SRC with respect to remuneration in state corporations, and who is the first point of call? There was confusion, I would say, from the beginning, which has been very well resolved. Currently, there is a memorandum of understanding which is signed between the head of public service and SRC in terms of the protocol for remuneration. And what has been agreed, and which is working very well, is that number one, SRC, SCAC, will categorize a state corporation. As SCAC categorizes, it issues the first framework of pay. So that is what we do. For those who have been categorized, you see, you are categorized like this, and the salary attached to the category is this for all staff. Thereafter, the review of that salary, anytime you want to review, you go to SRC. But again, when you go to SRC, SRC has determined by itself that you have to be graded first by SCAP, so the HR instruments. So you go there, there's an institution that is actually here, they were there, they were told, go first. One SCAP, because grading is a governance process. Where you place your internal auditor, where it is a governance issue. So you go, get your HR instruments, come, and then we shall review now your structure and job evaluation. So that's the framework now. So SCAC, that's the first one, then the HR instruments approved, and then you go to SRC to review the salary that you were initially given. CS, Dr. Y.
Something that you were saying on whistleblowing. Now, when you look at Mwongozo, the board is mandated to establish a whistleblowing policy. Now, I want you to think about water, wakati maji inachemka, and you have a lead on that water sufuria has a lead. What happens? Is that calculation? Can I see? Yeah. Yes, it spills over. So when you think about the wisdom behind Mwongozo, we normally say inside the family context, don't hang your dirty linen in the public. Mambo ya jamii na mambo ya boma, you solve it entirely. Now, what tends to happen in many cases, when you don't have safe spaces inside the organizations, and then you don't have this thing that is referred to in Mwongozo as an independent structure to receive complaints, the pressure inside the organization prompts the whistleblower to now do what? To go out to the public. So you have, the next time you're reading about it, you are hearing from KTN, Citizen, and all of this, or it is on social media. So there is a very compelling case to actually ensure that you set up inside the organization these structures where there is safety for a whistleblower and there is independence. The whistleblower is sure that following what I say, I will not be actually victimized. Short of that, you're going to have the problem now going into the circle to the public, and of course, the commission will now step in. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. There is a question here. I think we are almost, we only have CPA John Karangizi coming. The rest are exhausted. There is only one that I'm taking, question number 29. I think I've just been reminded about it. Why don't we have board members having offices in their respective institutions? Sio tunaweza cheka kidogo. Or it's not a laughing matter. Board members, why don't we have board members having offices? It is obvious because board members are not executive. Executive means you do not come to execute. You come only to make decisions. And decisions are not made outside of board meetings. So yours is to come to the institution on the day of making decisions, which is during board meetings. Thereafter, if we gave you an office as a board member, what have you come to do? That is the big question. It's logic. Because your value is in decision making. And there's no problem. If there was to be an office, there are matters to consult, like the chairpersons. They will come to the office because there are several consultations to be made on other matters. But for a board member, if you are to be given an office, then I would struggle in my governance knowledge to find out exactly what else would have brought you to the meeting. But when you come, there's no problem. You have something to do, like you are a committee chair, the CEO can provide you space somewhere in the boardroom or where you can consult and so on, but it is not in keeping with government policy to have offices for board members. CPA John Karangini.
But I want to look at it from a generality perspective. How can a state corporation not have a knowledge committee? Sound impossible. Or do they operate in a vacuum without any oversight from GK? I have not talked about which institution I have not yet. Let us look at more generality. Why should an institution not be, how can an institution be existing without a knowledge committee? I think that is more of a governance implementation issue. Where I think this is also one of the models going away. If start to take that, to see whether the institution can exist without audit committee, because we are saying from a most perspective, as much as possible, this will be the first committee that should be constituted in any board committee. It is the eyes of the board. Without an audit committee, the board tell you should feel very shy to become to be part of that board if you doesn't have an audit committee or even a third auditor. Otherwise, everything can be done behind you, and remember, as a board member, you have the obligation and responsibility on that. So, for the institution that has been mentioned, I would say whether it has or doesn't have, but I hope this institution has a committee. Otherwise, I think this is a good way for governance and the staff and the team should actually do this institution to see what is happening. Just for the sake of the board members, because they are very much exposed. Then we have a question of 51, governance audit, legal. This one I said, I want people to speak about it slowly, because every year, the Office of the President, based on the Constitution, Article 229, we are expected to do effectiveness of lawfulness, compliance with law, and effectiveness use of public resources. So members, as you look at your report, audit report, go to the next tier of our report. Our first tier is about effectiveness and fairness in the regulatory treatment. That is what people know, what we call regulatory audits. We have another audit courtesy of the Constitution 2010 that talks about lawfulness and effective use of public resources. That's where we talk about governance issues and compliance issues. And then at the end of the day, we also have another tier of our certificates, which is effectiveness in internal control, risk management, and governance. Again, we have issues of the governance about the board, how you have conducted your affairs, and how you are structured, how strong the internal controls are. So those are the areas that you can also get. So I know for us, we do the audit in one. We do an audit on financial statement, in our opinion. We do an audit on compliance. We do an audit on effective use of public resources. And we do an audit on effective of internal control, risk management, and governance. So all of them are covered at the rest of the general. And at the entry meeting, at any entry meeting, where from also region ourselves, we will wish that the board audit committee is involved in the entry meeting. It may not be that meeting. You can even call another meeting. You need to have an entry meeting where the has come, and then give the data the week that you want the general to do. And then on the also that the audit has been done, again, you can also consider and call for the audit general to also give you what has come forth out of the operations of the entity. Most of the entities are doing that. I have been a board audit committee severally, being called by the audit committee, at least to give more insight in the work that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you. No, CPA John Karangini. We can appreciate him and on behalf of this panel, the faculty that was put together by the Institute of Certified Secretaries in consultation with SCAC, we want to very humbly appreciate you for sitting patiently to listen to us. Most of the knowledge that some of you have, we don't have. Nikiangalia nikiwa hapa and Engineer Kamau is seated on that side, I feel very small and little because I know he is actually an institution on governance. Most of you are, but you have humbled yourselves by sitting to listen to us. Where we have erred, on behalf of the team, we sincerely apologize. Some of the things we have spoken would be offensive We are sorry for that, and on their behalf we want to say thank you very much. God richly bless you with more wisdom and knowledge as you continue providing stewardship to our great institution. Asante sana. We are ready and we can now join the congregation because we are now going to the ending of our session.
Appreciation to FCS Simon Ujibiwe for having carried out the task as he was delegated. Can you give him a special clap? Yeah, thank you very much. Now, we are tending towards closing, and we just wish to make a few remarks so that we finalize and then we can be able to go home after learning a lot. And I wish to request that the members of the desk that has been dealing with the aspects of coordination of this program to come and make what I would call a party shots for each. Maybe one each, 1.5. I don't know what they meant, but I probably it's the way they have conducted the program, very family. I don't know what they meant, but they said that's what they said. That's an informal report.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I am so humbled to stand here before you. First of all, I would like to appreciate you for sitting this long and having been the chair for a few days. I was really humbled that you really came, and I want to thank those who have joined, who have been appointed. I think you've been given a good ground to start off your work. And for those who are there, who have been there and are ongoing with their directorship, please, I think you've done something new. We are there for you, SCAC and Inspectorate, because we are in this sector, and I'm sure that now the Office of the Inspector General's work has actually been lessened because you've learned governance issues, we not do a lot of inspections, you'll be very good students when you go back, you follow what we have taught you, and you will not see the inspector there. But if you fail to take the instructions, for sure you will meet us in the offices. And but that is not to say that we are trying to, push or somehow, intimidate. But that is our work. But I'm sure that we are going to be partners. Where we have not covered most of the topics, please, you are free to send some of your, whatever you want us to cover, so that you can be effective, directors. You can channel to Mr. Ujibiwe, and the address and the website. You'll be able to bring those issues to the committee, and we'll be able to discuss and issue circulars or issue through some other communication. And you can also write to us, the Inspector General. We are now situated in the railways. We are domiciled in the railways, Kenya Railways offices. That is where the PCS offices are. And you're all welcome. That's a public office. You can always be free to come and consult with me. Thank you so much.
Can we have Madam Mogo just to say something from her corner? They are very humble, very firm, equally managed the session very well.
Thank you very much. Mine is just to say that I'm very grateful. I also feel very honored to be part of this 3 days session for Hope 3. I appreciate each one of you because of your patience. I still see people very alert from day one all the way to this time. So I would imagine that we have gathered and carried a lot of very useful information that we're going to use back when we go back to our roads. And as my colleague has just said, it's not only the office, we have other offices like the ECC. Let's not run away from these people, the Auditor General. Let us work together with them so that we can improve what we have found in the organizations that we are going to work for or we are working with, so that we can have a better Kenya. And then we can also assist the government to come up with whatever agenda they have for the next 5 years. Otherwise, thank you very much. Just go back and do what you need to do, and wish you the best. Thank you.
More for those remarks. Please join me in appreciating our chief guest, FCS Jen Mugambi, OGWS, and she's currently the secretary in charge of coordination activities in the Ministry of Interior. Can you give a bit our former secretary in the SCAC, you are really at home. You are really at home. Karibu sana. Thank you very much. Now, we are turning towards finalizing, but before we finalize, very few remarks. And we will take the advantage, it's not a very good advantage, but we will take it, of calling two of you without any notice whatsoever. I know you are used to notices in the meetings. Here there is no notice. And therefore, may I request that we have CEO Joseph Koskei come forward. He's the CEO of the Privatization Commission of Kenya. Please come forward. And then I'll put one board member to speak on behalf of the board members. Engineer Kamau, let me give you a notice. But for Koskei, there is no notice. Yes, Koskei, we have dealt with him elsewhere. He's one of our colleagues, he's a CS. Please come forward and make remarks on behalf of the members so that we are getting towards finalizing together. Karibu sana. Pigia makofi.
Jack. Yes. Good evening, everybody, all protocols aside. I feel privileged to be recognized by the Vice Chair of the Institute of Certified Secretaries to be able to say something. Let me say on behalf of the CEOs who are here. This training has been very eye-opening. Eye-opening in the sense that it has enabled us to be able to bridge maybe the gap between the board and management. Because now, as we go back, we understand why certain things are the way they are. As CEOs, we are basically accounting officers. And as accounting officers, we are required and we have a responsibility to make sure that we comply on your behalf as executing officers on behalf of management in ensuring that whatever laws, circulars, procedures that have been set, policies, governance standards, and everything that has been put in place to be able to manage our institutions are working as expected. And because of that, we take time to be able to do that which is delegated to us and make sure that the institutions, you as being managers, are being managed the way it is expected to be managed. And we are supposed and expected as CEOs to be able to support the internal auditors to ensure that they act as per us. And so, really, it's a privilege that we got this opportunity organized by SCAC and ICS to be able to bring us together on these 3 days, to be able to go through this process and appreciate, the existence of governance structures in place to ensure that we run our institutions the way it's expected of us, and particularly to ensure that we are accountable to Anjiko, we are accountable to the public, in ensuring that the resources which we've been told is about 1.3 trillion is utilized for the benefit of this particular country. So I really want to appreciate everybody who was a facilitator. We appreciate you. You've done so well, we've learned a lot, and we've been using this opportunity as well to be able to network. We've been able to know a few of us. We've been able to meet even our CEOs with other board members of other institutions to be able to share experiences. And I believe as we go back, we're going back more enlightened. We're going back more, advanced in terms of what governance is expected of us. And I believe this is the way to go. So we want to request that as we move forward, organize more of these particular sessions so that we bridge the gap between the various players within the governance structure, so that we're able to manage our institutions and ensure that there is value for money. Thank you very much, and may you be blessed and blessed abundantly.
FCS Jose, I'm sorry for that ambush. I hope you will not regret one day, because I know we keep on meeting, and then you decide to call your vice chair. Maybe without a notice. Maybe that time, if you want, I could be your chair. For the information of the members of the institute who are here, we are having an election, so even when I sit here, those of you who are going through an election process, you know what it feels. I'm already feeling it, even as I sit here. That's why sometimes you see that they may not be having 100% concentration. And so the members of the institute who are present here, we request you to give us a fair trial. Whatever that means. Yeah, thank you very much. Gina, please come forward and say something on behalf of these distinguished members. And we have got very senior people here who have been very quiet. I wish there was a session of really, but we appreciate it. There are quite a number of distinguished and the people who have done a lot of work for this country, who you cannot actually afford to even speak before they have spoken. So,
Asante sana. Hamjambo nyote. Straight to the point. My greatest teacher today, my grandchildren. Just sitting and watching them growing and spending time learning from them. I used to be very fast. And they have showed me the language, the way I speak, the way I want, you have a discussion. Mtu anakuuliza Luka, tunaenda wapi? Namwambia tunaenda hapa. Tunaenda kufanya shopping. Tunaenda kununua nini? Sasa huwezi kumwambia yeye ndiye alikwambia mwende umnunulie kitu. So tukafika huko, tulifika, tuko karibu, questions, you end up answering endless questions. So when I came here, I did not have any doubt that I was going to learn something. We may say our book of governance, but I'm shocked at how much I've learned here. I'm very shocked of the things I did not know. I've been seeing the conduct of board meetings from 1990s under the chairmanship of the head of public service, Joseph Tadine Rapeti, who gave me the privilege of attending more University Council meetings in attendance. That's where my learning started in September of 1990. And now I'm now a chairman, and I see the value of steering an institution. As a peer, I left that I never attended a single board meeting. In my years as PS, I never went to sit in a board meeting, not a single one. And I had all those organizations. We left the stewardship to Orleans. We were in touch with the chairman. There are two things that I would say must come out of this. I think SCAC and Inspector General need to have a session with the people above us, the ministers, and the PSA, so that they are not overbearing, deciding that they conduct their affairs as a board from their offices and giving directives. Number two, our CEOs. I wish you are with all of them here. I would really have liked this session to be with CEOs so that we are talking together. The same way I was telling the parliamentary members of parliament in health, Mheshimiwa Mandago and Pukose, that they should call me together so that I don't tell Dr. Pukose's committee this and tell Mandago committees this. So we have like an opening session and then I'm left so that I give the general issues on health, and then so that we are not talking at cross purposes. So that is what probably I want to see. This has been a very good session. In fact, I thought I'd go back to Nairobi on Thursday, but I found myself very happy being here. Yesterday was a very short day. Today I thought I have a function. I've just excused myself about 200 kilometers and I've decided I'm going to stay up there. Lastly, let me acknowledge Professor Francis Bichara, who was my lecturer when I joined the university in 1978. I think if there is anybody we should look up to and feel humble, myself or none of us here is Professor Bichara spending time and coming here. A professor of civil engineering, who has been a vice chancellor, steered the University of Nairobi during the most difficult times, and finds time to come and sit here and listen to all the presentations. We are all humbled. Lastly, let me say this to the organizers. You really organized a very good session. The presentations have been very good. They have been interactive, especially where you have people, a conversation going on between the presenters. It gave it a very good angle, and I think that is why you've been very attentive. I don't think we've covered everything. I would suggest to both SCAC and the Inspector General is have a forum of Uliza, Ujibiwe that is constant, that we can all now continue asking the questions, because there are so many questions that we want to ask, and then you can have the answers on that forum from people who contributed to this. Otherwise, nikisema tufanye hivi, please put your hands together for the organizers. I don't think there is any time we are going to get. Tena, asanti kwa kazi yenu nzuri sana. Funga, fungua.
I think it has been said, we appreciate our speakers in a very special way. They have done a good job. Let's clap for them. Our delegates have been very keen, our chief guest. It's not easy to put board members in a place and all of them sit keenly throughout. And we have had an attendance of more than 95% all through. I can attest to that. And so we really appreciate the delegates. Let's appreciate ourselves. The moderating desk here has done very well, and with the inspector, he did one whole day alone, and yesterday a bigger fraction of it. And then Madam Bugo and I got in and we did the little that we did. But please appreciate this desk. One of the observations which from the Institute also established through an act of parliament, is that I have a feeling a lot of lying has happened here and which has been attested by the two speakers who have come forward. And therefore, my view is that these members of the boards who are administering about 1/3 of our national budget, all of them having gone through this program, just a small improvement alone would be adequate to move this country to another level. And so we appreciate you and we are sending you as ambassadors and especially on matters governance that you do the best, and then we will be able to help our own country in the interest of our future generations. We have heard that further training will be required. I think that Professor Project has been passed. Then there is a question of governance audit. Please take it up seriously. And I'm sure as CAC, you are going to finalize on the aspects of the gazettement and the other things which ought to be done. And then from ICS, I wish to invite you to subscribe to the Champions of Governance Award, which is an award used to evaluate you and give you a feedback on governance issues, even as you await the elaborate governance audit. So please think about it, and when it's announced, please come forward. My plea, and I think I make this plea as a Kenyan, is that we think about all the governance institutions, such as commissions. I don't know where we'll be able to stand to make that matter, but it is possible. Then think about the counties, because they are also having governance institutions, be it the executives, be it the county public service boards, be it the entities which are established and respective counties. And I think we could find a space of improvement of that area without appearing to be too skewed towards one side. May I request anybody who has been serving in the county governments who has said that, just raise your hands. Can you stand up, please? Can you stand up? Some of you serve as waziris, some of you serve as the governor is here, I can see, I don't know whether there is another governor. Yes. And then, what are we saying? Your Excellency, I think an agenda needs to be formulated around governance issues in our county governments. Because we are under the auspices of the office of the President, I think the agenda is at home, and therefore SCAC, we could take up this matter, generate an issue on it, and then it can be discussed. And I hope we'll be able to find a way forward. Please get seated, and thank you so much for being the good people you are. Asante. And with those remarks, in this program, and so we appreciate very much. We remain available even to engage with you in your respective institutions. You can just make a call on us. You don't have to go through a procurement procedure. We can, because we are an entity under the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, Asset Disposal Act, we can always negotiate when it comes to any fees to be paid or whatever expenses are going to be met. We are not for profit as an institution. Just meet the expenses of the facilitators and you'll be able to come on board and do something. Thank you very, very much. At this point, I wish to call upon the CEO of SCAC to come forward to do a small duty. Thank you. We've been working with the teams who are behind the scenes. Can you please recognize them kindly?
Thank you so much. Can we appreciate our session, sir? We are now getting to the end. I wish to start by acknowledging the CEO and team of the Institute. If the CEO of the Institute of Certified Secretaries can come and start, please.
Thank you. As staff members come here, we echo the words of our Vice Chair. We appreciate you. And as the Vice Chair has mentioned, and indeed Simon Ndimuri had already mentioned that, on any governance, whether it's training or whatever, your board charters, you want them reviewed, the institute still remain available. As I recognize staff members, I also want to recognize members of the institute present. If you have a CS does not mean cabinet secretary, it means certified secretary. Kindly stand up on your feet. Those are the members who pay subscription so that I'm able to pay these staff members. We recognize you and we appreciate you. Have your seats. Those who are called FCSs, like myself, I also recognize them. FCSs does not mean future cabinet secretary, it means fellow member of Institute of Certified Secretary. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Gilbert Kiprono is our head of trainings and consultancies and research. We have Daniel Mutai. Daniel Mutai assists in administration. We have Maureen Yakwaka is our assistant accountant. Our finance manager is in the back office, is still with me. We have Mutweli here. Mutweli assists Gilbert on research. She is our research officer. We have Marion Koki. Marion Koki assists us in marketing and communication. If you visit our social media, all of them at ICPSK, Facebook at ICPSK, LinkedIn at ICPSK, all of them you are going to see. Even your photo is there, by the way. And before I forget, all the photos will be taken are also available. Also on our website, we'll be sharing with you on email also, and you are going to see them. She is the one who will be driving that. We have Trecia. Trecia is an intern with the institute, assisting us in accounts, and she is looking for a job. She has been doing good job. So if you want an employee, we have trained her. She is ready for harvest. We have Festus Kemeri. Festus Kemeri assists Gilbert on matters trainings. Thank you very much. Have a seat.
Very lean top. So I will run the inside here. And 4, I am going to answer it through this. We won't ask any other. What is going to happen, like Engineer Kamau said, we are going to provide answers. There are so many questions still coming in. They have reached now how many questions? 80 something, and we only 62. So what is going to happen on the SCAC website? We are going to have frequently asked questions, and we shall have all the other questions answered there. All the questions you have raised, within 2 weeks from today, you will have them. But question number 44, I've been told to the helper in the swali, and this is how it reads. Those of you who have the questions. The ethnic balance in our organization has one ethnic group at over 50%. What would the organization do to comply with CIC law on ethnic composition and yet get right technical mix of staff? Now, to answer that question, I want you to look at this team. I want to ask one lady here to stand up. This lady here is our chief guest. Her name is Jane, FCS Jane Mugambi. Jane Mugambi was my predecessor. She was the CEO and Secretary of SCAC between 2013 and 2019. Can you appreciate her? Now, one thing, I am not the chair will introduce her, but Jane taught me something. And the edifice you see is something she created with purpose to create ethnic balance. She did it purpose. So this question is a very bad one. You have a board to determine to do what Jane Mugambi did. Let me introduce this team. The lady at the end is Cecilia Moto. She's in charge of capacity building. Can you appreciate her? The guy next is, you can be writing if you want, Matthew Tuitoy, in charge of ICT. Can you appreciate Matthew? The next guy is called Nicholas Awiti. Just see, you know Kenyans know people by their name. Nicholas Awiti is in charge of our governance, audit process, and compliance. I really appreciate Nick. Cosmas Mutinda Mwema is in charge of technical services. The position I was holding before. Cosmas Mutinda Mwema, can you appreciate? Margaret Kishimu is in charge of our registry, records, resource center. Can you appreciate Mari? Gatwin Jen, young man of Dr. Meru. What is the other name apart from Gatwin? Mbuko. She's Mama Pesa. Can you appreciate Jen? This is Felicitas Mwanzia Gungu. She's my personal secretary. I did not need to have her here. She left me with a very nice. Can you appreciate Felicitas? We have Charles Amtara, Sergeant. Nigerian Mafia Security. We have Vinji, driver, Patrick Vinji. And we have William Onyango, my personal security. Now look at the team. Look at the team that they created. She literally sought for me herself from, I was an inspector, saying I want to, creating a mix. Now some boards, and I'm asking this question, we have to face it. Jay, when you are there myself, you will see a team going launch of the strategic plan or graduation of students, and you see the team, and you want to cover yourself in share. Because if it's Masinde Federal University, the DVC will be in the movie. DVC academic, Wafla. DVC planning, the CMU. Each study board members, this one we have to face it in our institution. It's a share. And that time when that happens, people begin calling the CEO Scar. What are you people doing about this? Don't tell us that it is technical. This question are to technical. Kenyans have the best. Go to any community today. If you want a model with a degree, so we as board are presiding over ethnicity. I'm looking at you now, not as a facilitator, I'm talking as a CEO staff. And you have to face this. If you are the CEO and be chairman of Masinde Federal University, I'm saying that because that's where I come from. And lawyers have exhausted their basket, their quota. Say we are advertising now and anybody else in Hallelujah. Yeah, first it's right. Why should you? Lawyers are 50%, then you advertise and recruit and say people do not apply. You are a liar. We have to face this question number 44. One ethnic group 50%, and you continue to recruit from your ethnic group? No way. That one as a chair, as a what? We celebrate, and that's why Scar team here saying we want our mama. Can you just come and take a photo with us? She did it. We celebrate her because she did it purposely. And you can see the face of community. So board members and board, you are in a hole. You don't do what? You don't be digging. Why are you still digging? You found lawyers 50%, then you employ another lawyer. No, we can't do that. So Jane Mugambi, we celebrate you. You are our greatest. You can't appreciate this. Yeah. So that is the start, and we are humbled to have been at our service. We are not the best, but we try. This is the whole team. Actually, SCAT, don't think we have other people. This is the SCAT now. So the whole office of SCAT we moved. That's why at times when you write letters and you don't get issues, we find ourselves in a problem. This is the team that we have. There are only 2 other people, 1 driver and 2 other support staff, 2 technical staff who are not here. But otherwise, this is the team. So thank you so much.
To appreciate the people we work with. And it's very rare, again. It's usually rare to have a successor and a predecessor easily, seamlessly sharing platform, but it all matters on how you work together and how it was. May it be the case.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Session Chair. I'm indeed very delighted to be here before you this afternoon. It is closing day, so I will not take a lot of time. I can see people want to go home. And since I celebrated the holiday at home, and you are here, so I will not keep you. I stand before you very, very humble because I stand on shoulders of great men and women who have served this country before me with a lot of diligence. I see my professor there. I graduated from the University of Nairobi in 1990. I'm the group that went to NYS. So ukisikia niko interior, bali tu unatia amri. Sijiulize nilijipataje huko. So I want to recognize my professors, I want to recognize the excellencies here present and other senior colleagues who are here. So let me just go ahead and do the job that brought me here. Board chairpersons, board members, CEOs of state corporations, board secretariat staff, workshop facilitators and coordinators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you and preside over the official closing of the 2023 induction program for boards of state corporations. But before I do that, I would like at this point just to thank His Excellency the President for recognizing and appointing my colleague and brother Simon Ujibiwe to be the Secretary SCAC. I thank His Excellency because Simon Ujibiwe made me who I am. In a way, I came from the private sector. He was at the inspectorate when I was appointed by President Kibaki. When Simon came in, I learned he has a whole volume of policies from independence, so he really taught me. I think I was a good student. So for His Excellency, our President, to recognize the work of Simon, it means actually that good work pays. This is a calling to be a public servant, and this young man, because I think he's my younger brother, has done it right. So I'm really very thankful, and boards, you cannot actually be in better hands. If he mistreats you, please let me know, but he's really an able public servant. So congratulations, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, the participation by national polytechnics is appreciated as they are now state corporations established by various legal notices pursuant to Section 26 of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Act of 2013. I take note that the participation from state corporations brought out the expected mix and diversity, exemplified by the attendance of the board chairpersons, the board members, the CEOs, the senior management staff, including corporation secretaries, and those others who service boards. The broad objective of an induction program is to cultivate leadership and organizational transformation with a view to turning state corporations into net contributors to the achievement of Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. I have taken note that the curriculum in this third cohort of the workshop was very rich, having covered most of the governance and management concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, state corporations are government investments. And in this regard, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury Incorporated owns all the investments and therefore exercises asset oversight of all state corporations. On the other hand, the parent ministry is responsible for sector policy oversight and coordination. The Attorney General is the other arm who comes in, who is the legal advisor of government, all the way from president to state corporations. And being the legal advisor, he is also represented in boards together with the CS National Treasury and other CSs. just to ensure that things are done right. It therefore behooves all boards to continuously engage with these three institutions so that things can run very smoothly. I know we're having a lot of issues with contracts, and when you have the representative of the AG in your board, together with your corporation secretary, they actually should be able to thresh out even before you take a paper or a contract to be advised by the Attorney General. So we expect that there will not be a lot of legal issues when you have these people on board. We also expect that institutions will stop suing each other, your brothers and sisters in the same family. So we also expect that that will not happen. I take note that you have been taken through the whole of government approach in doing government business and delivering services to Kenyans. And this requires that state corporations must identify peer entities with whom there exists dependency and or complementary mandates. Boards must lead the charge in defining collaborative strategies towards resolving conflicting or enhancing complementary action. Through respective line ministries and the facilitation of the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, state corporations should regularly facilitate the breaking of silo structures through joint planning, joint implementation, joint monitoring, and reporting of targets. Ladies and gentlemen, the induction program for board members is a recognition that a board that effectively addresses issues that affect the business of their corporations must be crafted for the purpose. It does not happen by default. It takes appointment of women and men with relevant knowledge, skills, experience, business acumen, and zeal to lead corporations to success. It also takes a bit of political experience. So when you see politicians in your boards, don't ask what are politicians doing in our boards. Because when our secretaries come, I actually learned that politicians were the bravest. You know, if you put in, a former executive person, they will be a bit shy to even raise their voice. But a politician, things, they need to happen, and they need to happen now. So I always appreciated politicians, former MPs. I know governors are a hybrid of both, but that's the wisdom. And therefore, everybody has their part. I am informed that the next cycle of induction workshops shall be tailored on a perspective of case studies, which are currently being developed by SCAP. And this will be very, very interesting because you'll be able to see real-time or real-time problems that your predecessors may have faced, and you'll be able to see how they either failed them or failed the institution or how they able to solve those problems. Now that you have gone through this intensive training and engagement with various public sector practitioners, we expect, as government, that there will be cohesiveness within boards. Because a lot of the issues we see is because boards are not together. It's like having one family. The father is on one side, the mother is on the other side, the children are all over the place. There are night meetings, there are day meetings, there are other meetings. So we're actually hoping that you will be able to gel so that you deliver, because we really don't have time. We're also expecting that there will be transformation of the institutions through high level of integrity demonstrated by your leadership. Excellency, former governors, our former CS, I'm really happy that you are at NHIF. His Excellency the President takes time to appoint men and women who actually can help him deliver. So when we see your names, and I know the appointing authority knows you by name, he expects certain deliverables. Please do not let it down. Do not let your appointing authority down. Do whatever it takes. And I keep saying that your appointments is not for the faint-hearted. It is not a job for cowards. It's a job that requires you to burn the midnight oil. There is nothing much that the government can actually pay you to to be able to deliver. This is public service. And because most of you have served their time, perhaps you are retired or perhaps you are doing your own things, being recalled back is a recognition in itself. And therefore we expect that you are going to help us in government to deliver. You help the president to deliver. You help the CS to deliver. And therefore that is my plea to you this afternoon. We also expect that there will be proper working relationship between boards and the executive teams. We expect close coordination of ideas will start to happen. So the executive teams will not be hiding information to the board members or to the chairman. The CEOs, will bear your souls before the board so that you also can be held. Because a lot of the issues I used to face at start was that the board papers are late, vitu zingine chairman hatakikani ajue, vitu zingine pia chairman hapi board member, so it becomes a cat and mouse game. So that at the end of the day, the person who suffers is actually the mwananchi. We also expect efficiency in the transaction of board business. So corporation secretaries, chairman, if you don't get your papers 14 days before a meeting, ask why that is happening. Because you are being set up for failure. I'm also hoping, my brother Simon, that the board chairs, they have at least an office to read their papers in some boardroom somewhere. They have a way of traveling. I know you're still working on the terms and conditions of service, but I'm actually hoping that they are also facilitated, because if we expect so much from them, we also must be able to facilitate whatever we can to ensure that they're also doing their work. We also expect strict observance of governance policies and procedures, and like I said, my brother has old, I think they should be in the archives, policies of since, what were those first head of public service, the first head of public service, the first one? Yes, and those policies are still relevant now. So whenever you write to SCAP, would now look for policies that there's a policy that used to address that question, which this body is asking for. So we'll go through them, we'll quote, make our case to the head of the public service. Now it is the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and you will be able to make your case. Remember that this gentleman has, you have 300 files. Every state corporation here, there's a file at SCAP about you, and I'm sure to the inspector about you. So if you name your institution right now, since I left, I'll tell you, oh, that's what used to happen. Like that. Oh, what was the issue there? Oh, the issue was the chair. So sometimes I ask him, did that chairman leave? He says yes. I say, oh, thank God. So I hope that with the Mongozo now, and with yourselves, that will not be the case. We also expect. I used to be very passionate, and I'm still very passionate, and I've actually advised my minister about the enhanced engagement and communication by the alternate directors in state corporation, because the role played by the alternate directors can actually make or break your work, because these are the people who are appointed by the PS to join a board to represent him. And we used to find that most of the times they don't communicate back, or they don't bring the interest of the ministry to the board, so that there's that harmonious communication, coordination of things, and wisdom that will be generated by that. But I hope from this that that will be taken at a notch higher. And I will plead with my colleagues, because they are my colleagues in the ministry, that always do a paper whenever you leave a board meeting. Advise your PS, advise your minister, advise your appointing authority on any even small fires that you are seeing, so that we are also able to help the institution before the newspapers know what's going on. Now, board chairpersons are they used to be very dear to me. They still are very dear to me. And my council, I can't leave this place before I say something to my seniors, because most of the board chairpersons are persons appointed by His Excellency the President. And this is what I will tell the board chairpersons. Board chairpersons, you are as strong as the weakest link in that institution. That's how strong you are. If you meet your employees, I'll just put our case scenario, maybe someone is struggling or they're missing work or they're hot. That is how strong you are as board chairperson. And therefore, I'll just plead with your board chairpersons to carry your staff. You see this staff which is carried by bishops, or the staff of the shepherd. Yeah? I'm a Catholic, so over Easter, you know, the Pope was carrying this big staff. You know, the big one, you know it. Don't put that down. And by that staff, I'm symbolically saying that that staff is the statutes that establish that state corporation, because all your answers will be there. Have that where on your bedside, that you are Uliza Rusa, work at your. Because the fact that you've been appointed by the president, where you keep your Bible or your now Islam was that where you keep your Quran, not where you keep your will. Where your statutes, your legal instruments there. Because if you ever find yourself in court, that's what will take you to court. Because most people also don't read. You may have been appointed here. I don't know how many of you have actually read. Say the NHF Act, Chairman. Go through that act properly. I know we used to struggle with Simon about the fund. The way the fund states, who are the, who are mandated. Because boards, you give away a lot of your power, and then you start crying. And yet that power you have been given by the Act. So board chairpersons, help us deliver. Our people of Kenya have a lot of expectations with this new administration. Please help the president deliver. Because there are all the expectations, and the reason state corporations are established is because they are seen as special purpose vehicles. They are faster than the bureaucratic governments, and they are able to wiggle around and move and deliver. So, Chairman, make sure that you keep briefing your appointing authority. Don't be told by gatekeepers, where's your Bazil, where's your so and so, because the gatekeepers are many. And I may be one of them, but the gatekeepers are many. But make sure, take the number of your CS, of your PS, make sure, even if it's on WhatsApp, say something if they don't call. Because people say, oh, those officers are busy, no. The fact that you've been appointed, if you actually don't push, because the other fault I see, both chairpersons expect that there is somebody who will come and be nice to you, and hold your hand. There's nothing like that. You've actually just been thrown at the deep end. So you better swim. Whichever way, just swim. Because if you don't swim, you will sink, and you will sink with that institution. If you're a board chairperson of a fund or of a financial institution, I won't say much, but remember a lot of eyes will be on you. So read, work with your corporation secretary, with your CEO, let things be explained to you. By the time you are approving something, if you're not clear, tell them, let's write to the AG. Let me have an opinion. Because how will you stand on that dog on your own? But we expect you to deliver, and we expect you to deliver now. So I said I'm passionate about board chairpersons. There's a time, Simon, we had said that we would actually form a forum of board chairpersons, so that hatuwasomei pamoja na other board members, so that board chairpersons can also meet on their own. You can also meet with them. They can also meet perhaps the CSS, and they voice their concern, because a lot of them will have also collective or similar challenges that would be facing them. I'm sure for you who have reported as board chairpersons, there are things you see, and sometimes you don't even know who to ask. But that's why Simon and his team are there. And there's no answer we actually don't have. From SCAP, these people have all the answers. From inspectorate, they will have all the answers. By the time the inspector is coming to you, they will not be smiling, because somebody will have reported you that there is 1, 2, 3, 4 case. We used to have cases Even if somebody doesn't like you these days, they will just write, and the inspector will come and look at, what is valid, what is not valid. I know I'm taking a bit of time, but I really wanted to emphasize that for the chairman. Chairman, that staff, let's also be our brother's keeper, because a lot of the things we were facing, I was facing myself as staff, would be even about welfare issues. Mtu amekuwa mgonjwa, labda hii insurance sasa ya boat hakuna, ama haikuchukuliwa mwanzoni, or you have a CEO who is unwell, or a member of staff who is unwell. Chairman, again, within the powers that you have, you also want to be a compassionate person. When you're sending somebody home, make sure that you yourself are convinced that that person should be going home. Yeah? And then make sure that the persons who are also leading the committees of the board are also persons, because the chairpersons most of the times you don't attend the committees. So it just calls upon you to read and read and read. Being a Christian and having come from Easter, I remember Jesus asking, telling Simon Peter, take care of my sheep. So one of the reasons the bishops carry that hooked staff is so that all the sheep are in the fold. So make sure you are losing no one, even as you move ahead. Even as you walk, even as you implement, even as you are farm, even as you are pushing management to deliver. Leave no one behind. Yeah? Make sure that you move with the whole house. I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm very passionate about the role of chairs. The office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary assures you that the oversight mechanism for state corporations is now properly coordinated, and any necessary backstopping services to make the boards more efficient and effective shall always be had. Please, as board members, especially the chairpersons and CEOs, ensure that you keep this office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary close to your hearts, and pay your courtesy calls, keep your briefs through the secretary or through your CSS, so that whatever it is you are doing, they also appreciate your work. I have been informed that the concerns have been raised during this workshop regarding the review of the terms and conditions of service for board members. I know we started this when I was at SAC, and I know Simon has progressed them, and governments should be looking at them. Since 2004, the terms and conditions of service have not been comprehensively revised, and to address this, a task force was formed, and the results were given. In these terms and conditions of service, what is hoped is that the current gaps, including chancellors for public universities, public living with persons living with disabilities, servicing of emerging technology like the internet, airtime, infrastructure of board business, and allowances for board members, insurances for board members, will also be dealt with. So I hope, my brother, that you will push this agenda so that the board members are also comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have noted, all facilitators during this induction were drawn from the public service, extended to the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya. The initial rating of the program by the participants so far shows that the level of facilitation was of highest quality, and we heard that from our chairman, Engineer Kamal. And this also gave you the necessary opportunity to interact with the practitioners. And I wish to commend the public sector agencies that nominated the facilitators. I also wish to appreciate the facilitators for a job well done. I similarly want to commend the coordination team at SCAP, led by the able secretary. I used to call him my able deputy. Now he's the able secretary. Yeah, for successfully mounting the workshop. And I am proud of you. I think the only thing you should have done is also make for me a small coat so that when I stand here, I'm also in uniform like yourself. I also wish to appreciate the management and staff of Lake Naivasha Resorts for providing us this excellent catering and conference services to the participants. I'm informed that apart from the nice ambience of the conference facilities, the hotel also availed a panoramic view of flora and fauna. And anytime I come to Naivasha and you, for any hotel around this area and you go towards the lake, you can see the lake. I think you have taught the lake the culture of grabbing land. You can see the lake has grabbed land. But we say that we are the ones, but the lake says it is reclaiming its own land, which we grabbed. But as we are saying, the lake is taking away our land. And my message, and the reason I'm saying this is that for you boards, because you'll be dealing with your CSRs, the climate change agenda is ready for you. And the mainstream government will be looking at you as the special agencies that whenever you are doing your CSRs, make sure that they are relevant and that they address this climate change matter. I'm proud of His Excellency the President because within his 100 days, he already said that we are going to plant so many trees. I come from the Ministry of Interior where the correctional services in prisons, we have so many tree seedlings of trees. You know which are available to you. I know the forester will also have trees. So make sure that we're also responsible. Engineer Kamau talked about grandchildren. Let's also make sure that we also leave this earth a better place than we have found it. So the climate change agenda, put it somewhere even as we deal with your board matters. So we want to greatly appreciate Madam Rehab, who is the owner of this great facility. As an indigenous entrepreneur, and she's done a good job. I finally wish to take this opportunity to reiterate our commitment as government to support the boards towards achieving their goals. With these remarks, it is now my humble pleasure to declare this third cohort of induction program officially closed.
May we be outstanding, please, and appreciate our chief guests by clapping continuously. Thank you very much. Let's be seated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We may take our seats now, and we shall be very quick. We'll be closer to one another, please.
Okay.
Because
we come closer.
Yeah.
Okay. Anakisha kidogo.
Okay.
Please, just push so that we take it. Alpha should be here. Alpha. Thank you. Thank you. Now you exit through there.
Everton University. Your Thermal Development Corporation.
No, this,